like.
Yeah. But yeah, Vanya will go downstairs too. She is back.
As soon as I see Vanya, I'm just gonna kind of take a seat next to her, sort of look at her with a raised eyebrow. Had something that you were absent for yesterday.
Oh yeah? Is she wearing your costume? Hold on, I wanna know.
I'm not wearing my costume yet.
Dang it, okay. So just putting it.
I think that from what I think it looks like, I think it would be a bit too dramatic for breakfast. Anyway, we were summoned by the council, and they were wanting to know where you were as well. And we didn't know what to tell them.
Yeah, kind of a weird day yesterday. Had some business to take care of. Or more, Vogan had some business he needed to take care of with me. He's a bit of a dramatic communicator.
Does he communicate with you often?
No. This is probably
Right.
time 3 or 4, so...
Still seems quite a lot for a deity to be talking to someone. Just in my mind, like, I've never had a random god start talking to me, so...
Yeah,
Don't know
this
how
usually
frequent.
means they have something they need.
So you said he's dramatic. What else is he like? Overbearing? I don't know.
Hard to explain.
I don't know much about him. I'd be curious to find out more, if you wouldn't mind telling me about him.
Yeah, there's not much I can say really, but it's a lot like being in a storm, I suppose. Very awe-inspiring, so powerful, a little scary.
Chaotic?
Chaotic, very. He doesn't feel bad though. He feels good, like he wants, I don't know, at least something that's not evil.
Did he strike you with lightning again?
Oh god!
No!
Oh,
no,
I didn't
that
realise
was
you
a
were there.
one-time thing.
I'm just imagining just not even seeing the hisses that sat at the table.
Yeah, his is just there, like...
Listening the whole time. Sorry.
The perfect informant.
Yes.
Hides beneath the tables.
Not much I can say, but...
How long have you been following him for?
Oh gosh, not too long. Couple months now, I might say.
Alright. Seems you've garnered his trust relatively early.
Oh, sorry, I just sniffed in you guys' ears. I tried to turn off my mic, but I didn't all the way.
I've got
My
you
bad.
turned up a little bit as well.
I'm so sorry. Oh, that was bad. My bad.
I must be sure to sneeze down the microphone at some point in the future.
Now you guys know what's going
My
on
sneezes are very loud.
when my mic mutes out.
It's fine.
I'm sorry, I totally interrupted everything.
I'm
Fine.
laughing.
Funny.
I don't...
Question I was going to ask.
I'm sorry,
in
what?
and out of character, I've forgotten.
Well, my bad. You guys were talking about her experience with her god or
Very good.
Vogan.
Oh yeah, I remember the question I was going to ask. So how exactly does he communicate to you? Does he talk to you in your head? Does he strike you with lightning to say hello?
Let's see. Like I said, I could probably count on one hand the amount of times he's spoken to me. But yes, one time was with lightning. But it didn't hurt, nothing like that. I was just... It's usually more visions, if that makes any sense. I'm here, and then I'm not, then I'm there. He
I
just shows me
don't-
what he needs me to see.
I don't mean to be rude, but how do you know that this isn't in your head? It's in the politest way possible.
She's gonna use thaumaturgy to, I don't know, make the window blow open, like Jesse.
Sure. And so she asked that question. You just kind of like raised two fingers and waved them to the side, and a couple of the windows like the shutters slam open against the walls of the house. What was that? And you see Hannah come running out towards the bar from the back. And is everything all right?
Yeah, sorry, Hannah. And then she'll like close him again. I had a point to make.
Jesus,
Fair enough.
who doesn't exist in this world? You scared me. She walks back into the kitchen.
I'm just imagining her just being like, just want to batten down the hatches.
Not again. Point is, I couldn't do that a few months ago, and now I can. So it can't all be in my head.
Fair enough. Forget I asked. So, I just have so many questions. You see a lot of people that talk about how great their deity is, and how fantastic their dogma is, and then they have never spoken to them. They've never been acknowledged by them. I've never met someone who's actually spoken to their god, so I find it quite interesting.
Did we find a book that was like about that? Called like Where Have They Gone or something?
Wait.
Yeah, so there was a book that you guys found in the smuggler's hideout. It was a book.
Yeah, I have that written down. We didn't
Yeah.
actually. I don't think anyone read it though.
I mean, I imagine we figured what it's about from like the first synopsis or whatever, for the back of it. We
Right.
read the
You read it. Yep. You read the
Read the blurb.
the cover. It's a hardback. It's got that nice little inner flap.
I
The
think.
sweet description. But yeah, it's hold on a second. I believe it's in my notes. There's a kind of a tagline that goes with it. But it's
From the New York Times.
yeah, it more or less is kind of like an opinion book about, you know what, I have written down and I wrote it down, and so now I'm going to read it because why did I do that in the first place if I'm not going to?
Yeah, the author was on the Joe Rogan experience.
He was on the JRE.
What is that?
You don't know what JRE is? The Joe Rogan Experience?
Why would I?
Because it's famous.
It,
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a podcast that's really hard to describe. It's run by a comedian slash UFC dude.
Oh, he looks like someone I might describe as a meathead.
He is a meathead. But he's actually pretty...
He's both a very smart and very stupid person at the same time. It's
Yeah.
really a coin flip on what he's gonna be that day.
It's true.
Do you think he
Let's-
puts it on?
No, it just depends how much
No.
weed he smokes. That's kind of what it
Yeah.
is. He's into smoking weed and doing DMT.
He also talked
what-
about
What's
gorillas.
DMT?
He-
Dimethyltryptamine or something like that.
It's the
It's
god
a chemical
molecule.
produced by your brain. Yeah, it's basically a chemical that's associated with causing dreams. So if you can get the pineal gland from a lizard and eat it or grind it up and extract DMT,
What?
it will cause you to have a dream while you're awake. Or you
So
can
like
go
drugs.
Yeah, so...
Can't you just go take a nap?
Well, no. So the interesting thing about DMT, it's a psychotropic drug. It's a hallucinogenic. But unlike drugs like LSD or magic mushrooms or whatever, where you can kind of have a bad trip, and people have like a large, like a varying degree of experience. Like Chip could take it, and he could be like at his work, and he experiences some crazy trip, based upon his like life experience or whatever. And I could have a totally different trip, or we could have bad trip, all that kind of. There's a really vibrant, expansive, like different things you can experience. Whereas with DMT, almost everybody has the exact same experience, which is what most people find very strange. Is you're kind of, like you said, like kind of awake. You're laying down, but you're kind of put into this dream state where you're completely catapulted out of your body into almost what is considered like a different dimension, like the God dimension. You're always greeted by what are called like beings, some kind of being, or multiple beings who kind of like guide you through this journey. And almost everyone reports the same, like they go to the same place pretty much. It looks the same. They always have these interactions with these aliens or gods or angels or things. And
that's why you always ask.
So Joe Rogan's really into it. Another thing that's interesting about DMT, since we're doing this, is that most people that take it, like categorize it in their like most life-changing moments ever, like getting married, having kids. It's like one of the most important things they've ever done. If you want to quit smoking, it has like an 85% success rate. You do this, like you're gonna stop smoking almost for sure. It has a lot of interesting, good benefits, but it's also like an illegal substance. It's interesting.
Yeah. I just read it's a Class A over here.
Yeah, it's
got a lot of research going into it right now, because there's a lot of belief that there absolutely has to be some kind of practical use for it, but it's one of those things where, like any other drug like that, people are always going to be looking for weird ways to use it, and then sometimes it's like good positive things, like helping schizophrenic patients, and sometimes it's bad things, like MK Ultra.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've read a lot about that one.
And the other benefit is like it's a really short trip. Like usually it's about 10 minutes tops.
Yeah, it's not like LSD where it's 8 hours.
Yeah, and you get naked and you run around the street.
Yeah, I'm not touching that stuff. My first year flatmate took some and ended up screaming in his shower.
Oh yeah, because you're just
They
like.
had to pull an ambulance.
Oh, that's not good.
Had no idea what was happening.
I mean, like then there's also like mushrooms where you take it, you lose like 3 hours of your day, you see forces
I don't
and everything.
like that. Don't like that. I don't like stuff that fucks with my perception of what's happening or what time it is.
Yeah, it's no bueno.
No.
You wouldn't like any of those then.
No, I had one really bad trip when I went to Amsterdam, and that was just weed. That's not even. I just had no
I don't know if you'd
concept
call
of
that a
what
trip.
time it was. I just didn't know what time it was. I didn't know what was happening.
And that was
My
stressful.
legs felt
Dude.
weird.
This is the whole
Oh,
thing.
we're
A lot of people
fine,
get
I
really
just don't
anxious when they
know.
smoke weed.
Yeah, a lot of people get that.
If I hadn't have been with Steven, I honestly don't know how I would have got back to my hotel room.
Yeah. Well,
So I'm not doing that again.
I've been that drunk before.
Yeah.
But
I've never been anything like that before. It was horrible. Do
yeah.
not recommend, and will not subsequently take things that make me lose an hour or so.
It's no
No.
bueno. You had to wrestle a naked guy. I probably told you guys about it, but
On the bath salts.
Kim-
Was it bath salts?
he was on a spice.
I don't know these things.
It's
Wait,
like
I'll just Google it.
yeah, it's like it's a synthetic.
Just things.
It's a synthetic compound that they basically put in a bug sprayer and spray on leaf material that you can smoke.
Oh my god.
But it makes people
Right.
very.
So stupid.
It makes people very paranoid.
Oh, I can kill you.
Very
Oh
hot.
yeah, because you want to feel paranoid and hot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So-
around here we had an issue with people not using like actual like smokable materials. They just go to like Target or Walmart and buy potpourri and then spray it. Not really.
Oh, yeah.
Potpourri is treated chemically to not rot, so you're smoking formaldehyde.
Yeah, it's no bueno.
Yeah.
I just
Drug-
imagine the US is just full of meth heads and people naked and on bath salts.
It's really not.
Florida,
surprising.
you're not wrong.
Yeah, that's right. That is Florida, but not.
If,
You know.
Yeah, if you hear about it, it happened in Florida.
Yeah, go to Duval County and you will see some interesting things in their downtown area, especially around Greyhound Station.
Thanks for letting me know. I'm not gonna go there.
Right next to the Greyhound, and yeah.
I am
Just a first-hand experience of seeing weird people.
definitely recording our drug talk here. Brett and Kurt, if you're listening, now you know.
Don't think badly of me for being stupid.
Now you know.
I expect Kurt to like believe.
Kurt probably knows all this stuff.
Yeah, it does. He's gonna be like, "There's a time." Like,
I expect that man to have a great.
Oh yeah.
Let me see.
Should we start playing the game again?
Let's do it. Let's do it. Back at it. Back at it, guys. So breakfast. So yeah, you guys find yourselves. You guys are eating breakfast. Vanya blows the windows off the building, or just slams the shutters around.
then I fix them.
She fixes them, and that's where we're at, guys. We're making moves.
That's literally all.
So as you guys kind of look out the windows, you do see that people are kind of finalizing decorations. They've been kind of going on all week. You've been watching them happen as you've been kind of going about town, doing the things you've been doing all week during your downtime. But finally, the town seems to be in full swing, and you guys are kind of on the main street. You see people hanging up orange and black and purple streamers and ribbons, kind of denoting what looks to be some kind of maybe a parade route. You remember people throughout the week talking about some of the different things that go on during the festival. One of the main things is a parade. It's kind of the first in the evening, people kind of go out and walk around while kids are kind of going from house to house, trick-or-treating, so to speak, in costume. Parents as well are kind of walking the streets with their children, or adults are at the taverns enjoying drink and partying and music. That's kind of so that's kind of what you've been told that kind of goes on, which kind of culminates in a parade where people have been talking about their floats, but no one lets anyone see what their parade floats are going to be. The different organizations in town kind of get together and make their floats, and people watch and follow the parade all the way to the town hall eventually, where there's kind of a dance and music and drink and frivolity and whatnot. So that's
Is there
what's
a
on the
cattle
docket for the
count?
evening. What's that?
Is there a cattle count?
There is not a
Quite
cattle
good at
count.
those.
There is not a
Oh,
cattle count.
No third
Yeah.
second.
You don't get to win a chest of a ridiculous amount of gold for a low level.
Just candy.
That was so much fun.
Sweet treats. So, anyways, but
I
now,
can't wrap my head around how common Halloween is in the D&D universe. Is this something that would happen everywhere, or...
has to be.
Yeah.
Well, you guys were probably supposed to play this game around Halloween-ish time, but we didn't end up doing
Yeah,
it.
so
So.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I know. Next is the Thanks Festival.
Oh yeah,
Anyways,
you Yanks and your turkeys. Isn't that next week?
yes.
Yeah,
Happy Thanksgiving for them.
I have to start thawing my turkey next week.
No, it's not next week. Or is it?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
the
it is.
28th.
Oh, okay.
So
It's 2 weeks
So you
away.
have to thaw your turkey
It's the
a
last
week
Thur-
ahead of time.
It's the last
Well,
Thursday of every month.
4 days to
month.
thaw it in the fridge, and then 4 days of dry aging it with a spice rub on it.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
I'm just
So
gonna
Halloween.
eat whatever's made for me.
I'm the one who
Because I'm not as cultured as Chip.
No one in my family is. I'm doing everything this year. It's gonna suck because I'm gonna have to wake up at like 6 a.m. and start cooking.
Oh damn. Won't it be worth it to see how much they enjoy it though?
Because
No.
they only be really salty.
Drugs to turkey.
Drugs to turkey. Let's go.
Hey,
Seems-
turkey has tryptophan in it. That's, yeah, whatever. Tryptophan. So, what do you guys want to do for the day?
When does the festival actually start?
Wouldn't you know it? At sunset.
Okay.
Similar to...
And okay, and when do we think the shipment's happening? On the full moon, but
Yeah, so they
we
said
don't
that
have a time.
they don't have a time. They said that they would contact you. More or less. They have
Alright.
they have like
Out of
scouts out.
character. Out of character, I'm thinking this is not going to happen this session, so that's fine. Since we'll split up and likely die if we do things separately. Okay, Brad, don't kill us by making us split the party.
I didn't make you guys do anything. I never do. Well, that's not true. I try
We
not
just
to.
walk
I
in.
try not to.
We walk into our own dooms. Let's be
Yeah,
real.
we will sign our own. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess have breakfast. I
Okay.
don't know what else to do for today. Does anyone have anything they'd like to do? Ooh. We should ask someone to move the dead bodies out of the cavern. Hoping no one's overhearing that. Just to get them out of the way. And to put the silken brandy back where we found them. Because I'm thinking that they'll know instantly if they're gone. Can I write like a letter to send to the council just to let them know that that's what we need?
Sure. Yeah, if you wanted to write down a set of orders or plans, contingencies, you could do that.
Yeah, because I'm not going to go and waste time talking to them. I'll do that. I'll assume that... Yeah, where is everyone else at this point? Have Bigsley and Carla come down, or
Yep.
are they...
Yeah, they're both with you
Okay,
at the
so they're
table
actually-
eating
Okay.
breakfast with you guys.
Okay, so... Kind of thinking that I'll say I'm sending off a list of things, and we'll add whatever they would have said retroactively onto the list, if that's okay. Because they haven't said about anything specific in the spoilers chat, but I might have missed something.
Okay. Well, what are some things that you want to do?
Move the bodies, repair the rowboat, put the silken brandy back. Those are the only three things that I thought that we needed to do to make it look legit.
Okay. Anybody else?
They offered us, yeah, Sasha, they offered us a small fishing vessel if we needed it.
Very cool.
It's gonna look pretty puny compared to that boat when we get it.
I wonder if I can ask them to help me acquire some fancy ink so I can actually get that silent.
Good try.
It's worth a try. Like,
How much does it cost for the inks?
it's 50 gold for the ink, and I'm willing to put a note that I'm willing to pay. It's just sourcing it that's difficult.
Mm.
Ah, yeah. Okay, so you just need someone to... Yeah, that's the thing.
Well,
I
they
think
did.
It's better than trying to be in the frontier and find inks and scents. Sorry.
So let's see. Hide bodies.
possibly take their clothes. Just to be morbid. They would be so nasty.
Yes, the way you're doing things to those guys.
Yeah. Still, find the least eviscerated and take their clothes. Leave them their underwear. Let's have some respect for the dead.
Just some. Okay.
Repair that rowboat that we broke by shoving a foot through it with catapult,
We,
Okay.
lest we forget.
I-
Yes, it was we. It was a group effort.
Okay.
I was just doing what the group wills to happen. It's fine.
And the ink,
And,
it's like really nice ink. That's the whole point of it, right?
yeah, it's gotta be like,
Worth 50 coals.
worth 50 gold. So like,
How? Actually, you can't do like 50 gold's worth of ink. It has to be so fancy that a bottle of it is worth that ridiculous price tag.
Okay. Move bodies, repair rowboat, take bad guy clothes, 50 gold pieces of ink, or 50 gold pieces worth of nice ink, I guess. 50 gold piece
Purchase
bottle
some.
of ink is what I put. And then replace stolen goods.
Uh-huh.
Anything else?
Do you guys think we should have the fishing vessel? Because I don't know what we'd do with it if we had it. For a speedboat, that'd be a lot better.
Huh.
But it's not. Yeah, I think that's all I've
Okay.
got. Brett and Kurt might have some other ideas, but they didn't say any in the chat, so.
So they'll say Ixley and Uke volunteer to take it over to the council themselves. So they'll take your letter, fold it up. Uke puts it in his jacket pocket. All right, Twinkle Toes. I'll see you later. And he and Ixley kind of amble out onto the road.
Later. I'll miss you terribly.
I'm sure. Don't fall down, you hear, as he's walking down the road.
Says the person who got shot full of arrows trying to open the door. Never mind. Hiss, you wanted to go and talk to a certain wizard in a tower, didn't you?
yes, the wizard Keladek, he is in the western part of the city.
Yep.
Well, I've got nothing else to do today. Sounds like an adventure.
Do you? Here's your tower.
Oh boy.
There's too many buildings in this town.
Or are you scared to talk to him?
I have known very few other wizards and mages, and we killed one of them. So, not sure how this will go.
What's the worst that could happen? He shoots a fireball at us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, that actually can happen. Has Hiss used fireball yet?
Yes, once.
Yeah, I thought she had. Yeah. Hate to be at the other end of that. We'll
I
just be polite.
mitigate a little, but no scholar takes up magic for novice, so he's going to be not normal, probably.
Are you saying that from experience? Yeah, I'm
She's gonna just motion to herself.
yes, okay, I see your point. I don't think there's anything wrong. Just going up, being polite, and having a chat. You might learn something, even if it's just to not talk to him again.
Most of the wizards I met are pretty boring anyway. You just talk books with them, they'll be fine. Pretend they're the coolest, they'll be fine.
Stroke their ego, tell them how smart they are,
Yeah,
and you're golden.
if you like books, yeah, say they're really smart, and you're fine.
Well, I suppose so. I'm ready to go when you are.
Alright, let's go talk to a wizard.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Did you not expect me doing this?
No, I was trying to think of a way to like have his just hand fisted in there, and you helped me instead, so that worked.
So you guys leave the snapping line and walk down the streets. Past all the decorations, people's homes are lit up. We're just gonna go for it. Jack-o'-lanterns and
If you want to make it
and
a
decorations.
bit historic, you could say instead of carved pumpkins, carved turnips,
yes, carved turnips,
even though they look terrifying.
gourds, perhaps.
You're just gourds.
Just-
That sounds. That makes me think of Skyrim, so it's more
Sorry,
fantasy
the gourd.
appropriate. Yep. Yep.
Carved watermelons.
Yeah.
Carrots?
Tasty snack and a good carving thing.
I found it. I found the creepy turnip. Okay.
Wait, did you just Google carved turnip?
Lord.
It's
Did you post something?
terrifying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
that's
my
why. So it
word.
looks like someone's shrunken face.
That's good. That's nice.
That's what they used to do. They used to carve things like that into turnips
You walk
to
across
ward off the dead.
the bridge. You see that. You see people setting up their shops, getting ready, marking off areas where people can stand to watch the parade. You move away over the bridge, and up a portion of the road that I don't think you've actually been up on. You guys move this way. You see a building out front, 2-story, large tavern-looking building with a sign out front called the Wicker Goat. Inside there, you see as you walk by, you look through the windows, you see there's a number of dwarves sitting at tables, drinking mugs of ale. They're wearing kind of rough clothing, thick trousers and coats. Some of them have like what looks to be some kind of like steel cap on their heads. Some of them dented. They're not carrying weapons, but more tools. You can see tools leaned up against the wall on the outside, look like picks and shovels. You move by this building here, which looks to be some kind of barracks. You see a couple of guards loitering outside, smoking pipes, whittling, sharpening their swords and knives and things. They greet you as you pass. You move south on this, not south, you move west, down a small road, and start heading down in elevation around a copse of trees. As you move about town, you pass basically this kind of quaint home, kind of tucked in on the edge of this sea cliff overlooking the ocean. Past that's this boy here I'm talking about. A couple other buildings. You see a sign here on the road that indicates that this building here is the mining headquarters. And you end up here at a large 3-story home with a tower coming out the top. this house seems to match the description given to you of where the wizard Kiladek lives.
That's such a wizardy name. It's
You,
great.
you didn't even know his full name.
I'm just imagining it's like there's just 5 different names going on in one name.
And there you are. You find yourself on his doorstep. Or out on the road. What is it that you would desire to do?
Just look at Hiss expectantly.
Does this door have like one of those little like metal knockers on?
It does. Not super ornate, but rather large. It's just basically a large brass ring, maybe the size of like a gymnast's ring. Very large, set into the like a heavy oak door.
I'm expecting it's more than 2 feet off the ground, so I'm gonna mage hand to grab the knocker and hit it against it,
Best use of mage hand.
making up for being short. Yeah.
You make a quick flourish with your hand, and a spectral hand appears, a spectral kobold hand. It floats up above your head, grasps the knocker, and pulls it away and lets it go. And as your spectral hand lets the knocker go, it slams into the door. Once, you grab it again, twice, and then a third time, sending sound reverberating through the home. You wait.
Do you have any idea what you're actually going to say to him?
No.
A short time later, you hear footsteps kind of stepping up to the door. Yes, who is it? Speak up. Who is it? I'm very busy.
I was wondering if
And the door opens as you're talking. And he kind of looks out and then looks down. And what you see before you is a dusky-skinned, bald-headed man wearing a bright, putting on a bright red silk turban onto his head. He stands about 7 feet tall, and he's very thin. And he kind of sets this turban on his head, nice and straight, and looks down, and then looks down again. Yes?
sorry to disturb you, Mr. Kaladek.
Kaladek the Unspoken, if you
yes,
please.
Mr. the Unspoken. I was inquiring about town where I might find a book about alchemy, and the only possible leads I were given were Eleander and yourself, and I was wanting to see if you had such a book, and what it would take for me to be able to borrow or buy the book from you.
Alchemy.
Yes, sir.
Who are you?
I am his Longstout. I am mage
And
training.
a mage, are you? Interested in alchemy? Can you do magic?
He's gonna mage hand again and like reach out to like try to shake his hand.
Kind of waves it away. A simple trick. What can you really do?
to point into the air away from everyone and buildings and cast fireball into the sky.
So as you point, this kind of swirling ball of fire the size of a golf ball forms at the end of your finger, and you point your two fingers into the air in a quick throwing motion, and it flies up, and as it does so, it expands to about the size of maybe like a softball or a basketball, and once it reaches your desired location, it explodes in a explosion of fire and force. You can even see the nearby, there's a couple of trees nearby. They kind of blow over a little bit, their leaves moving, thrashing from side to side with a concussion as the fire spreads out in the air and dissipates.
I check for burn hairs.
Perception check. Yes. You can do a little bit of magic, I see. What's your business with alchemy? Why do you want to learn about it? You don't find any.
Okay.
But there are some.
When recently I came into some supplies for alchemy, and the kind of magic I know, I can't help people. It's, as you saw, it's all tending towards destruction or tools, but I don't want to see people necessarily die. I want to be able to also help as much as I can hurt, and alchemy is the closest end I can think of. This is also a lie, so if you want me to deception deck,
Yeah.
half
Wants
lie.
to blow up more. Yeah.
Sure.
I can tell him about the alchemy book.
Yeah, let's yeah, go ahead and do a deception check. And contest it against a insight check.
Come on, Hess.
Believe in me that believes in myself. No.
+1.
So I don't know what his is, so I'm just gonna do a straight d20.
Less than 6. Less than 6. Yes! You're
Like
just both
self-
very terrible. You're just like, yes, I want to help people.
The
And he's
selfish
like,
skillful
sure.
wizard.
Yeah.
He can't read kobolds. He's just like,
Wow.
yeah.
It's
Kobolds can't lie, they're kobolds.
it's important that power is used for good. Let me see what I have. My library is not as extensive as Eliander's, but perhaps it's a little bit more directed. Come back tomorrow. I'll see what I have for you.
Gee, Brad, can I do an insight check to see if I could tell that Hiss was lying?
Sure. Yeah. You know that she is not being honest.
Okay.
You catch just a little, you've hung out with her enough that you kind of know a little bit of her tics. And something just doesn't really ring true to you.
Okay.
About what she said.
Kaladek, the unspoken, I appreciate your time, and I will greet you again tomorrow. Thank you.
Happy Hallows Festival to you both. Or all three of you. Wait, who are you? He kind of like
Not-
catches himself. He's just kind of focused on this little wizard that has come to his door, and he's surprised once again to see that there are two other people that he's kind of forgotten about. And who are you two?
I'm just gonna pretend I didn't hear him and just be like, it was a pleasure to meet you. Ta-ta. And walk off.
And you?
Her bodyguard. She's just looking menacing.
That's fantastic.
He's just kind of like scratching his head. and closing the door and strange. Like, the door closes.
Well, that was something. How do you feel?
I am glad I didn't accidentally set fire to anything important.
Yes, that would have made quite a bad impression if you set fire to the top of his tower. I think you could do with brushing up on your lying skills there. Why do you actually want to know about alchemy?
The book that we found has formulas in it, and typically those kind of things are a representation of concepts of magic, but I can't understand them. Given that they're so well written, they're not spells, they're alchemy. But for someone to go through all the trouble to tuck them away with all those gold artifacts, it makes you wonder what the purpose of such a book is.
Were you not tempted to show him the book?
You don't find a skull made of gold with a book and then show everyone that book. Because if he died defending it, then why was he, like...
I see your point.
Words hard.
I'm just surprised at how tactful you're being.
I've spent days thinking about this, and this was the best plan I had, which was not even a plan.
Well, didn't turn out terribly. He didn't seem to be able to tell.
Perhaps you could teach me to lie better.
Oh, I don't lie. You'll have to find someone else for that.
Can I inside check?
Yeah,
her?
can I
Yeah.
inside check that?
Oh yeah, yes. Do a deception check. I'm just gonna.
I mean...
If you're lying, I say.
Oh!
Oh,
Seems like so.
God.
Come on, Vanya, can you figure it out?
Ah, there.
That's such crap.
So
I have a +8 too.
everyone lies is the reality. But for
Yeah.
some reason, you guys are pretty convinced that Lucilla does not engage in that kind of behavior.
I'm so honest.
You guys are
So
feeling
very
pretty confident in her honesty at the moment.
Can I just say that was 2 natural 20s and a natural 1?
Yeah, that's our group in a nutshell.
It
That
really is.
really
Yeah,
is.
this is just like she's a saint. Like.
It's like, whoa. Like the most honest person ever. Which isn't a good thing, can I just say. Sometimes little white lies are nice.
Oh,
Can't
It's
be
true.
both honest all the time and a good person. Or
Yeah.
sometimes things don't need to be said, but anyway.
Yeah, sometimes just saying nothing at all is the correct answer, but if someone
Yeah.
asks you, you need to, like, skirt around the truth a little, yeah.
Yeah.
But,
Like
so,
if someone asks you if they're ugly, you don't tell them yes.
yeah, what all were the gold, like, things that were with them? It was like a rose, a skull,
I believe an apple as well.
yeah, an
There was
apple.
some
Apple, skull, rose, and then
ribs.
Yeah,
and
they're
then
like,
And,
the skeletons that you killed, each one had a golden rib.
yeah, they're the bougie skeletons.
Bougie.
Oh yeah.
Bougie skellies.
with all that in mind, I'm hoping that if I can learn something about alchemy, I might be able to figure out the purpose of this book. Just because if you see what power and you know that that's what other wizards normally do, they kind of seclude themselves and do as little work for a city as they can to not starve. And so if one was willing to lock himself in a wall to hide away with a fatal wound to try and protect this knowledge, what is that knowledge? And who else would be looking for it?
It's a very good question. Well, it's a start to finding out, I suppose. Come back tomorrow. Provided the sting hasn't killed us. We should be fine.
If it gets really bad, we can just set their boat on fire and run.
But that's our boat. Essentially. You wouldn't want to set your own boat on fire, would you?
Living is nice.
That's very true. Also, boats are nice, and I hear ghosts are a thing. Just be like the Flying Dutchman haunting the Seven Seas. Sounds like fun.
The what?
The Flying Dutchman? Ghost ship, ghost crew. That sort of thing. No? Okay.
The first time I ever saw a boat was when we came here.
How?
Where are you from, Hiss?
She like looks up at the sun and figures out where north is, and then points somewhere to the west. That
Okay,
way?
fair enough.
Does do we get the impression that Hiss is sensitive to the sunlight at all? Because I'm assuming that I wouldn't know much about kobolds.
I mean, big, super big hat to like sunshade
It's
because
true.
pale lizard.
Yeah,
Do a perception
would
check.
I know? Yeah, would I know at all? Because I'm assuming from a history check, it would have to be pretty good for me to be able to tell that a kobold has sunlight sensitivity. That
Yeah,
is
I
a
don't think you've
specific
really
book.
come across
Yeah,
them a lot.
That would be a specific book. Oh no.
Yeah, I mean,
She's fine.
yeah, you haven't noticed. No,
That makes a pretty pattern though.
you're a little bit too self-possessed at the moment.
Oh, thanks.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
So, crit.
Yeah.
Crit, 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 crit,
If
crit,
only
crit,
there were
crit.
crits on the actual rolls, not the advantage. Anyway. So, got most of the morning and the afternoon to kill. What else do we want to do?
Anyone else we have to talk to?
Don't think so.
'Cause I'm good.
I might have a suggestion for something that could be fun. Feel free to say no if you're boring. So do you remember we found a certain set of dice in with the smugglers?
Yes.
I think it could be a fun afternoon to see what they might get me in a gambling context.
Oh, I like that. I have cards. With cards and dice.
Hiss, have you ever gambled before?
No.
Almost feel like I'm getting a child to gamble. I won't lie.
I mean,
Like, say,
Hiss is
hey,
7.
little 8-year-old. Yeah, hey,
7,
little
8.
7-year-old. I'll take you to a casino. Where do we know would be the best place to go and gamble with dice? See, it's happening, Brad. The thing you planned for is now happening.
Here we go. So you could probably guess that you can go to any of the taverns and find a game.
Okay.
People that are off for lunch from working, or in the evenings there will be people. But most likely, even though it is kind of a holiday, most people are still out either preparing for the holiday, or they're finishing up work so they can
Yeah, I guess-
get prepared. So I'd say most days, if you wanted to find a game in the evening time, any of the places. But
Okay,
during the
yeah, I
day,
guess it is more of an evening thing.
but during the day, I think you could go to gosh, what's it? I forget the other one. What's it called? You could go to the Empty Net, most likely, to find a game during the day, as there are kind of ne'er-do-wells there, guys that maybe are out of work at the time, some dudes that are interested in work, or their work is more done at nighttime, stuff like
Okay.
that.
Question out of character. When are we finishing today's session? Because I don't want to start gambling if we don't have time for it.
Just the normal time.
Okay.
So, like 2 more hours.
Maybe. Okay, 2 more hours. Just trying to think, because it takes us ages to do anything.
It does. Which is a good thing and a bad
Uh-huh.
thing sometimes.
Do you think?
Never a
we would have
bad
enough
thing.
time-
Never a bad thing.
Yeah. Do you think we would have enough time
I do.
to do both?
I do.
You do.
Let's take a quick 5-minute
Yeah,
break,
like-
since we're halfway.
Yeah.
And,
Let's go be a bad influence.
and I gotta go grab a supplement. Alright.
Okay.
5 minutes.
BRB.
Girls day out, we go gambling. Yeah.
The rogue teaches the lizard child how to gamble and lie.
I'll be right back.
Sorry, guys. If you're back.
No worries. I'm back. I don't know if the others are though.
Hello?
Friends.
Well, had to change a baby. It was like a 10-minute.
How old is he now? He looks big.
He's 4 months. 5 months. He's 5 months.
Damn. Not seem like that long ago.
You know. Truly, it hasn't been. But that's kids for you, though. They're always getting too old too fast.
What's his name?
What's that?
What's his name?
His name?
Yeah. Little
Teddy.
baby.
Teddy. Or Theodore. It's actually kind of contested because we named him Bodhi originally. And my wife was like, I don't know. So, I call him Bodhi all the time by accident, but his real name's going to be Teddy.
That's awesome.
So, do you have any brothers or sisters?
Oh yeah, I got 3.
3.
Yeah, I'm the oldest of 4. And yeah, my youngest brother's the bonus baby. 'Cause like he's 12 years younger than me. He's 10, so yeah, he's my baby. He a cutie.
So you say he's 10 right now?
Yeah, he's 10.
Dang. That's a spread, man.
It
Was-
is.
Were your parents trying or no? Was that a bit of a surprise?
I don't. So I think he was a bonus baby. Yeah.
It's cute.
He's a cutie though. His name's James.
James.
And I
Young
got
James.
Sophia and Ben.
Sophia and Ben. What's the spread on the other ones?
Not so much of them, because I'm only 3 years older than my sister, and then 5 years older than my other brother. But
That's the age gap between me and my other 2 siblings, but I'm the youngest. Well, I have
you're the
another
baby.
sibling. I technically have 3, but I don't count the oldest because he's in his 40s and
Oh whoa!
He's the
See,
man.
that's an age gap. I'm
That's
saying I'm
it's
12 years older than my youngest brother, but
Yeah, I've got my older sister's 40. So 8 years, and then my older brother's 38, 6 years. I'm 32.
like my oldest brother is in his 40s right now. Like he was born in the late 70s, early 80s, but my mom was born in the mid 60s, so it's like a weird thing where she was in high school when he was born. So he's my half brother. I mean, all my siblings are half siblings.
Charlotte's
how
Web.
old are you, Chip?
Huh?
How old are you, Chip?
Oh, I'm 24.
Oh. I don't know why. I thought you were...
I'm over here being so old. My 32-year-old self.
Yeah, for some reason, a lot of people think I'm like 26 or something, which is fine. But,
Yeah, and I know Charlotte's 22. Yeah.
Brett's 40. Bless his heart.
Apologies, I am back.
40?
with
I did
tea.
not know that.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Brett's 40.
He's 40?
Apparently
Mhm.
Brett's 40.
Excuse me?
I know, I thought he was like 30 or
His
something.
age was last session.
He's really young. Well, he's young, very young looking.
I
Yeah.
know, I thought that he looks like 30. He looks really
Those genetics, man.
Good job.
Yeah. As if he had any choice in the
Yeah, he just had his 40th birthday. Remember? That was like his
Yeah.
thing.
I know he had a birthday, but I didn't know it was his 40th.
No,
Yeah,
I
he-
didn't.
Oh yeah.
Am I wrong
Yeah,
about
he was
that?
talking about- No,
No,
he
you're
was talking
probably
about,
right.
like last session he was talking about being 40, and
Yeah.
so you and I aren't
Did I
crazy. We
miss
actually
that?
Oh, I wasn't here last session, so I don't know.
What's my excuse? I'm just a bad listener, apparently. Damn. I always wonder, how old you guys are, because it's not really a thing when you're, past childhood to be like, how old are you?
Oh yeah.
I'm 8.5. That's the only age that's acceptable to ask.
Yeah, Chad, I think you're 22 also, right?
Yeah. Well, it's easy to tell for us because university was kind of happening at the
Exactly,
same
we were like
time.
in college like the same time, so
I think Dale's a year younger than us.
Yeah, I think Dale was he was a
The
little younger.
wee babby. I know Brad's in his 30s. I don't know.
32.
Yeah, he just said he was 32.
32. I did think it was early 30s, and even if
See,
I
I
didn't,
didn't know
wasn't
Brett
gonna
was the
say.
old man of the group. Like, after Kurt. I mean, Kurt's obviously the oldest, but...
This is all recorded, by the way.
It is. It's true.
Kirk.
Official record. Official record.
It just means you're wiser than us, Kurt. It's fine. Yeah, I look like I'm 16 still, according to some
I
people.
know,
so-
me too.
Goddamn baby face. But maybe when we're 40, we will look
Yeah,
as
we'll
young
be
as Brett
grateful when
does.
we're 40.
Yeah. Anyway, I've got tea.
But
I'm ready to go.
you guys are young. I mean,
Yeah.
we're all young. I mean, we're young. I'm still young.
We.
All right, guys.
I don't. Yeah.
That's why I play D&D, so I can young at heart.
You can play any age. It's fine.
All right, so
And you're a baby.
that's true. That's true. Let's see here.
We're gonna go gamble.
Let's go gamble. So here's the way. You make your way over to the empty net, and as you push your way in through the Batwing doors, you do see some the rougher element, so to speak. You're again greeted by like kind of the greasy floorboards, dirty countertop. The barkeep is that kind of big, burly, bald-headed dude who's always cleaning glasses, but nothing ever seems to get clean. There's a couple of guys at a table who seem to be playing at dice, specifically.
Okay.
And if you would like to, you could join the game.
Okay. I've never used a set of weighted dice before.
Okay, so I did.
I don't cheat at D&D. Do I know if it will land? I assume these are 6-sided dice, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Does it land on a 6 every time?
It's a great question. I think because
Would I know how to use a set of weighted
yeah,
dice?
yeah, you certainly
Yeah,
would.
Without
Yeah, you certainly would.
getting immediately found out.
Yes. So here's my mechanic on using the dice. So with gambling, you need to make a certain number of checks
Okay.
that are kind of randomly generated by myself, and you don't know what you need to get to win. Okay. With the weighted dice, I will give you advantage if you want to use them. However, every time you use them, you're going to have to roll a d20. And each time you use them to gamble in a non-honest way, the number will go up on the d20. So if you, the first time you roll them, if you roll a 1, you'll get caught. If you use them twice, if you roll a 1, then you'll roll a d20. If you roll a 1 or a 2, then you'll get caught. If you use them a third time, if you roll 1 through 3, you'll get caught. Does that make sense? So the more you use your dice, the higher likelihood it is that you would get caught, which I think would simulate people kind of catching on,
'cause-
you winning all the time, kind of thing.
Yeah, there'd be patterns. Okay. Well, I don't have another set of dice to. So if I did, is it common practice for people to use 2 sets of dice? Because I also think that's suspicious.
Yeah,
I
that.
feel like
That
that's
would be
not-
really, that would be
Okay.
so, right. I see I'm losing. I will now use this set of dice
Lucky dice.
and start
You're
winning.
full of figuring
Yeah.
it out.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so basically, if I want to, I'd have to either make the same set of dice and try and sleight of hand them out when I wanted to, or I'm going to be playing with weighted dice the whole time. I'm feeling lucky. Let's go for it.
Okay, give me a second here.
If only I understood how gambling works.
Yeah, I'm not
I've
really
only
sure
ever
how it
played-
works in
Yeah,
D&D.
I've only ever played, I think, blackjack, and that was not in a gambling setting, so. Also, how much money do you have to put in? I'm assuming there's a minimum bet,
There is. Hold on a second.
because let's work out how many times I can do this before I'm bankrupt. Let's not do it that amount of time.
Interesting.
Because there is a downtime mechanic for it, but I'm guessing that's different to this kind of situation.
Yeah, so that's what I'm kind of doing right now. Is looking at that stuff because I don't know a ton about it. But let me see here.
Cards could be a bit easier if you just wanted to play blackjack.
Yeah, Vanya.
Okay, so you can bet at least 10. Let's see, you have to at least bet 10 gold pieces to a maximum of 1,000.
Ouch. Ow!
Do you have 10?
I have
You have
10.
weighted gold.
It's just a quarter of my current full earning.
Mm.
This is why I need to craft you guys.
Hey, you
Get
let me
money
know.
Like Ixley. I will give it a go for
Alright.
just one time to
So-
test the waters.
So you sit down at the table. There's 3 other dudes there, and they're all kind of have their little stacks of money and gold. And one guy's he's all burly. He's got a big old beard. One guy's missing a bunch of teeth.
Wonderful.
The other guy's just kind of a thin, kind of dangerous looking dude. And yeah. All right, lassie. You in? All
Yes,
right.
I've never played this before. I'm so excited.
Oh, don't worry. We'll teach you. And they all kind of like laugh and.
Oh, thank you so much. You're so nice.
Oh, we aim
Would
to
you be great friends?
please.
Okay, I'm gonna just keep smiling and pretending like I'm the stupidest person ever.
There you go. All right. So basically, you sit down and you start rolling dice, and what you need to do during each game is make 3 separate rolls. So in this first game, go ahead and make a insight check for me.
Inside chat.
Okay, go ahead.
Not great, I don't think.
Okay. You put the dice in your cup. You roll them out on the table. Arr! That's one loss. Sorry, lassie. So I'm gonna have you make a second one. Oh, how much are you betting, by the way?
I'm just betting
10?
I'm not made of money.
Okay.
Vanya's gonna keep a lookout if the others are cheating.
Okay.
I know Scylla is, but
All right, go ahead and do a.
That's the thing. Do they know I'm cheating? Does Vanya and Hiss know that these are weighted dice?
oh,
No.
yeah, true.
I
They do
didn't
not.
say it, but yeah, okay. 'cause-
Well, Vanya would look
This is
out for
just me
cheating
walking.
anyway, just because of who she is.
okay.
My curiosity.
Yeah,
Okay.
I wasn't
Va-
the person to find the dice.
Well, anyone who wants to roll a perception check can.
So I'm doing another insight check, right?
Nope. So that your first one's an insight check. It's basically, you're like peeking around, looking at them to see if they're cheating, kind of a thing.
Okay. Whoa, Vanya.
Go ahead and roll a deception check for me.
The dice gods are with me. Do
you want to use your dice.
I've only got the weighted dice. That's all I've got.
Oh, that's
Unless
right.
there's a non-weighted one in the bunch of them, which wouldn't make too much of a difference.
A set of weighted dice. I feel like you should be able to
Yeah.
choose whether you use them or not. That doesn't make any sense.
But I don't.
So yeah, I'm gonna say that it's a set of dice with one that's weighted. That kind of will give you the advantage because again, we don't.
Okay.
No one really knows how this game is actually playing. So
It's true.
um,
I'll use it. It's Yahtzee. We're playing Yahtzee.
okay. So you roll the dice and do a sleight of hand check for me.
Yeah. God.
You kind of in scooping up the dice and switching it out. You kind of Vanya, as you're kind of looking over, you notice that Lucilla kind of scoops up the dice, and when she does so, she uses like a very nimble gesture, and she slips a dice out of out of either her sleeve. Are you wearing long sleeves? No, you're
I
not.
would have a cloak. I have a cloak.
Yeah, so like out of a hidden little pocket in her cloak, she pops one out and pops a regular dice in. And in like one fluid movement, she does that, but you're able to see that happen. She rolls the dice in the cup and puts it out onto the table again, and she ends up winning that dice roll. All right, you scoop up the dice one more time. Go ahead and roll a intimidation check.
Ooh. Oh god, no. I have a +3. That's not even bad.
It's not even bad, but you do fail it,
Yeah.
believe it or not. So, in playing this game, over the course of a couple of dice rolls from each of you guys as you're playing this game, you end up losing 5 gold pieces. He says, don't worry about it, lassie. It's beginner's luck for me. And he like reaches out and grabs half and scoops 5 gold pieces towards himself and puts it in his pot. You want to play again? Perchance?
Is he cheating?
Go ahead and roll a perception check.
He's being very in your face.
Or an
about
insight.
it.
Do an insight check. I'm sorry. Do an insight check.
Never mind. That's a natural one, so it would also be a natural one on it.
No. You can't tell.
Okay.
You don't know if he is or isn't. Do you want to play again?
No. I think I should learn a bit more how to play and come back.
Oh, come
Thank
on.
you
Just
so
one more
much.
chance.
No.
Win your money back.
I will learn how to play some more and come back and be a worthy opponent.
All right.
Thank you so much for your help.
Of course,
I'm gonna
anytime.
turn around and just have like such a grumpy face on. Right, well that was humiliating. Shall we go? Unless
All right.
one of you two would like. Vanya, you said you had cards.
I do have cards. I have played some cards. I'm not an expert, but
As you can see, neither am I.
Either you
I
two.
haven't even used the special.
What about you, little one? You want to give it a shot?
Poor Hiss just being accosted by drunks.
Hiss is just gonna hide behind Vanya.
Oh, come on. We're not so scary. What about you, miss? You want to play? We can do cards. Whatever you like, whatever's your pleasure.
Alright,
Very
I'll do cards.
Have a seat. What you betting?
We'll start with 10.
10. That's good. What about you boys, huh? 10 sounds good? Yeah, sounds good to me. And everyone kind of pushes in their 10 gold pieces into the pot. Decided to be easy money. Here, these guys talking to each other. So, he starts dealing out cards, and you look at your cards, you look at your hand. You start looking around at each of the players. Go ahead and make an insight check. Oh, hold on, don't do it yet.
Can I be keeping an eye like Vanya or what? Just to see if I see anyone slipping
Yes, go ahead. Perception check.
Damn, that's garbage.
Okay. Man, they make gambling hard in this game. So go ahead and make your insight check.
Oh no! We haven't got a
Alright.
single natural 20, we've just rolled them.
I know, I've all been on the second.
Okay, so you're peeking up over the top of your cards. You guys are moving cards around, looking at their cards, looking at you. You don't notice anything too untoward. Alright, go ahead and make a deception check.
Ooh, I'm not very deceptive.
Might surprise yourself. Oh no. What is happening?
What is this?
So you kind of like start moving your cards around, looking around, give each of these guys a smile. Just kind of throw them off their game, and they kind of like, oh boy, she looks like she's got a terribly good hand. Alright, go ahead and make a intimidation check. Alright, so
That's not my stat, y'all.
No.
so after the cards are being dealt, some exchanges are made in this game that we don't know how to play, and so he's like, all right, let's see them, and they all slap their cards down on the table at once, and one of the other guys has the best hand. He reaches out, ha ha, yes, my lucky day, and he reaches out and takes the whole pot. You lost. Yeah, you lost all your money. You lost the 10 gold pieces.
You're chuckling to yourself as if that money is now yours. Evil dear.
Yeah.
I'll just flip him off.
It's
and
not.
leave it.
Oh, come on. It's just a game. Here. And he reaches out and grabs a gold piece and slides it across the table. Do your trouble.
Oh. Pity coin.
I don't take pity coins.
Well, that's a pity.
Mm-hmm.
Any more? Or have you had enough?
I'm gonna leave without another word. I've embarrassed myself twice in this tavern, can I just point out?
Alright, so as you guys walk out the back wing doors, a little lighter in the pockets, you hear the chuckling and the music from the tavern kind of fade behind you. What else do you guys want to do?
What time is it?
I'd say it's like 12 o'clock, lunchtime, afternoonish.
There's so much time left. Where haven't we been?
Like that.
So, what are these shops kind of in this area? Those residential? Are there more shops we haven't looked at? I like shopping. I don't have much money, but I like shopping.
So what are you looking at?
This area here.
That area?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you could probably find whatever you needed.
Don't
Bakeries
need
and
anything.
clothes and, there's the blacksmith is over there. There's just, whatever you would need to go find, we can decide if that would exist here. But, yeah, so there's a market, market stalls here, market here.
I'm wondering, okay, so for the purposes of catapult, I've been carrying around a small 5-pound cannonball.
Okay.
I'm
It's heavy.
wondering if there is something that would be better than a little 5-pound cannonball to carry around. Because it just has to be up to 5 pounds, but it does the same amount of damage even if the item's lighter.
Sure.
trying to think of what would be a good substitute, like a rubber band ball or something.
Huh.
To be fair, a ball of yarn would do the same amount of damage.
I guess.
Yeah, I don't know what would be a good substitute for something I don't care about that would work for the purposes of that. I'm not sure.
Well, why don't you think about it over the course of the day, and if anyone else...
A children's football, maybe. Like a little...
Yeah, just buy like a baseball or something.
Like a rock?
Yeah.
Perhaps.
I would want it to be slightly aerodynamic though. Slightly. Yeah, give me like a little sort of old-timey baseball.
Alright, I'd say you'd be able to go around the markets and look for like a child's, like a lacrosse ball or something like that.
Ooh.
You'd be able to find one.
Okay. Because cannonball, at some point, that's gonna dig into my encumbrance.
Yeah, I'd say it's gonna cost you about a gold piece, though.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. Alright, anything else, guys?
The dedicated clinging break.
Yeah,
Just draw a face on it.
she's the Kevin McAllister of our
Oh my
game.
god, I'm gonna put a little red handprint on the lacrosse ball. Call it Wilson.
Wilson. Okay, so
Just throw Wilson at people.
do you guys have any other business you want to take care of during the day? Talk to anybody? Meet with anybody?
Did Hiss get her incense from that guy? She did, didn't she?
I think so. Yes.
Yeah.
Your order.
Mhm.
And I because I remember messaging about something.
Oh, you're gonna be
Under
about
my
like that, are you?
Yeah.
Guess. Yeah, I don't have anything else to do. We could go get lunch.
Yeah, we could go to the library. But
Mm.
Oleander or whatever.
Does he
Oh, he
just
did.
let people walk in?
He said it'd be a few days,
Oh, never
and
mind.
it's only one day. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Let's go have lunch.
Alright, so you guys go have lunch?
Have in-character conversations about our backstories.
Mm.
This is my emotionally scarring backstory. Yeah.
Got my trump.
Here's all the family members that have died right in front of me.
Okay. Is that something you guys want to do?
Yeah. Be fun.
Yeah, go have lunch.
Alright.
Yeah, this is like a girls' cafe lunch. Can
Dude.
we find somewhere that does afternoon tea?
Absolutely. As you start cruising the town, you guys are
Let's go.
minus a couple of brutes, a couple of brooding boys who are out doing whatever they're doing. You kind of left behind the testosterone and are enjoying a gal's adventure around
The town
town.
with just the gambling.
Yeah, right, exactly. Cucumber water and gambling.
Yes, all that stuff. Spa trip.
And you guys are able to find like a small bakery. We're able to get some cheese and some sausage, and those are both things not at a bakery, but also bread and tea.
Just like a charcuterie board.
Yeah.
Yes. That's so nice.
Yeah. You guys are able to have lunch, and if you guys want to have some character conversations, obviously feel free.
Get some artisanal pickles.
Oh yeah, there's a big old barrel full of pickles.
Yeah, the thing is, that I'm thinking of
Hot
like
ones.
modern day charcuterie boards and things, but really it would probably just be like, here's a massive chunk of dried meat.
I don't even-
And a
Yeah.
cheese made from goat's milk.
Mm.
And nothing
mean-
else.
I love goat cheese.
Yeah, it's like, it's probably okay. It's better than what we might eat otherwise. But, yeah, just gonna enjoy my food. But then turn to Vanya. So, you said that the first time you talked to your deity, you got struck by lightning.
Second time.
Second time.
Yes.
How did he contact you the first?
Ah. First time I got stabbed with a sword, so.
Okay.
Hold on.
Not
what?
the response I was expecting. Imagine you
So-
probably get stabbed with a lot of things, though.
Yeah, I'm sure. I haven't exactly held back that I've been a mercenary for a few years, and. You know, not exactly the safest line of work.
It's true.
Like, that day. Well, it was pretty much just ordinary. I was guarding a merchant's convoy. Don't even remember his name. Don't even think it was anything important, but we got attacked by bandits. Much better bandits than I was used to. Took me maybe 2-3 seconds flat with the leader before he ran me through. And I should have died. Guess you could say I almost died. I was bleeding out there. But then the voice, who I now know as Vogan, he told me to get up. I didn't exactly have a lot of options, so I tried. Didn't know it hurt really bad, but I did, and then I healed myself. And that was the first time I met him. And since then I learned how to do all.
Wow. I
Yeah,
was expecting
that's
you
about
to
it.
just say that you went to an altar on a pilgrimage and
Hell
he
no,
said
I was not
had a
religious.
polite hello.
Not at all. I mean, we had temples, of course, where I grew up, but it was never really something I was interested in. The priests were all kind of snobby, you know.
A lot of priests are, yes. Apart
Yeah.
from the one that drinks a lot in town, he seems.
But he was annoying,
Lowbrow.
so.
He
Annoying
was
and
annoying,
lowbrow.
but he seemed like if you needed help, though, he'd be a person who would almost do it, but be too drunk to.
He'd probably give it the old college try, you know?
It's very true. So what makes you want to stay following someone when you weren't religious at all, rather than just see it as, oh, I've just been smiled upon this one time and now I'm going to go and do what I want to do.
I mean, I mainly have just been doing what I want. Like I said, he's not a chatty guy. After that, he barely spoke to me at all. Nothing. No direction. Nada. So, I just kind of assumed he left me with gifts and decided to go at it. I never had anything before, so I was going to embrace it. It's only been more recent that he started to request some things.
Do you feel like you owe him?
That I will.
That you owe him?
Of course I owe him. Wouldn't you?
I think that our life is what we make it, rather than us being the playthings of the gods. At least I'd like to think that, because then it means I get to influence things rather than leaving it down to someone floating in the unknown cosmos above us. It's a lot less scary when you can depend on free will.
I wouldn't count it out very well. Like I said, I've never felt compelled to do anything. I know there are some magics that can do that, and I think that's kind of horrible. But I don't know. Sometimes I think it's a different thing to be led somewhere versus being forced to go somewhere. If that makes sense. It's still choice.
I see. Have you ever heard of Vogan imposing other kinds of abilities on people? Just out of curiosity, like, do you know of anyone else who's had the same experience as you?
No, I haven't found anything about Vogan. I'm the first. I've never met anyone else who's haven't found anything in the books, so So far, it's just me.
I'll be honest, I'd never heard of him before, so you might be one of a very few.
I know, I'll be honest, that's kind of one of my goals coming here. Like, I was looking for work, I always need work. But I was also hoping to find, maybe I hadn't searched this region, so maybe there was someone else who knew him. Or there'd be a sign from Vogan, so.
Might be worth looking in the library. I know we asked about alchemy books, but
Right.
you might let us look at some religious texts if we ask nicely. Who knows, maybe there's some book over in a dusty corner that says all about Vogan and what he likes to do with his time.
I would be very interested in that. Because so far, he just kind of yells at me in
Doesn't sound like a terribly helpful form of communicating, like a picture book, but with
I mean,
yelling.
it's cool. You get to fly and see things, but
To me personally, it sounds terrifying, but to each their own. If you see it as some kind of
believe me, what it is better than is being powerless, you know. It's better than being completely ordinary, so. But you can do magic, so it's very obvious that you don't have to worry about.
I admire someone who learns their magic and earns it on their own. No offense intended.
I thought you might be one of those. You're born with it, aren't you?
No, actually, not at all. I was born a perfectly normal little baby. Quite a boring child, really. That's actually why I asked. Because I got my abilities later on in life, and I have questions.
That's fair.
You're saying that you didn't learn the magic that you had, it came.
Yes, I did absolutely nothing in the way of reading books or learning about magic at all. In fact, I pointedly avoided it. And it happened
I
to
get
me
that.
anyway, so... Yes, someone has intended for that to happen. And it... I don't like not knowing that there might be something that has a plan in store for me. That's all.
So I get the feeling it wasn't a deity that you're aware of.
Could have been. Like I said, I have no idea. Most people that get struck by lightning don't suddenly find that they can do things with it afterward. Usually they die.
Or have a vision. That's what happened to me.
That is true. That's why I asked.
Ah, is that the... She's gonna like gesture to the face.
Yes, that's why my face looks like it does. We tried to go to clerics who could heal things, but this did not want to go away. I've seen people heal entire limbs with clerics, or I've heard of them at least, but these scars were intent on staying. Makes me think there's something more than just a bit of serendipity happening.
Well, you're lucky. Most people would kill for something like that to happen. No study, nothing. Just bam.
Oh,
do
you
whatever
think that
need to.
You think that this wasn't extremely painful?
Oh, of course it was painful. Being struck by
Oh.
lightning. I'm just saying that a lot of things are painful, yet people want it anyway.
I think it's noble to avert the right to something like this rather than just having it thrust upon you by something else happening. That's all. I'm gonna return to my artisanal pickles.
So, hmm.
You thinking there, Chip?
Yeah. Trying to think of how to word it.
Okay.
You said that obviously it was some kind of event that gave you that. What have you done to try and figure out the actual cause of such a double-sided gift?
Quite honestly, very little. Because sometimes it's easier to pretend there aren't answers. But here I meet someone who's gone through quite a similar experience, and it's leaving me to wonder if maybe I should see to looking into more of what this could be. I mean, I will say no one's spoken to me yet, so maybe it's
How
just
long
a one
ago
and
was
done.
it? Yeah, maybe it's just hasn't been long enough.
Hold on. Let me look through my backstory.
Consulting notes, yeah.
It's been a while.
It's been, I'm just trying to
Maybe.
see exactly.
Sorry,
how
I should
long.
let you answer that question.
No, it's fine. I was gonna say so anyway. So, let's say it's been a great deal more than a few months. I think if a deity were to come to me and say, hey, now you owe me one, they would have checked in by now. It's a awfully long-kept favour if it is one.
Yeah, I suppose so. Been that way. In some ways, that's even better. You don't have anything to worry about. You just got magic to use.
I hope that's the case. For a deity, a couple of decades might seem like a very short amount of time.
That is also true. You might just not have anything pressing that you need to do.
Fantastic. I'll be sure to ignore that call when it happens.
I wouldn't do that. But hey, you do you.
There are other causes of magic as well. I mean, at this table alone, we have one of a gift, one of a burden, and one of learn. But there's even more than that. So you may not be like, well, you're not like me, but you may not be like Anya either. Could have something entirely separate.
Should have been talking to more knowledgeable magic users all the time.
My knowledge is thin. I only know about academic magic, and I know that there are limits. Like my magic, I will probably never be able to mend someone's wounds or bring their limbs back like you were discussing. Instead, I'm able to take what feels like math and just turn it into reality. So it's less connected to the world at times. What you're describing sounds very opposite that.
certainly feels opposite. It's almost like it has a bit of a mind of its own. Like I will it to happen to an extent, but always feels like it's got its own will. It's kind of difficult to describe actually. I've never tried doing it before.
We, whenever we see Kaladek again, we could always ask what he might know.
It is true. There might be records of other people being struck by lightning flashes.
At the very least, he could let us know if it's something to be of concern.
Yes, I'm hoping it's been long enough that it might not be, but I'm worried that there are people that may recognize that trait and try to come after me because of it. I don't know. When you don't know about things like this, sometimes letting the wrong people know can be a very dangerous. Maybe it's something that is sought after, maybe it's something that is feared. And maybe I could have a lynch mob coming after me. You never know.
It's never a good feeling to be chased out of town. But
You would know.
a little. And it never feels good to know there's a place you can never return.
Who's
Wait a second.
chased you out of a town?
I am a kobold. My people who were trap makers, like little raiders, were makeshift bandits, and we respect power. And so, you, his heat was not very welcomed by the settlement that I lived in. So much so that they sent knights to clear out my family, and I was kept there by a friend who taught me a lot of things, but I wasn't supposed to be there. And I had to leave because of what they would want to do to me.
Just because you're a kobold. You've never done anything, though, have you?
No, I was barely old enough to even be moving around the entirety of the heat, but that's not true of the rest of the heat. They would raid the settlement, they would take things, they would hurt people. That's just, to them, it is do this or die. And I know that's not a justification, but everyone
But you were the only one in your family that could do that. Your magic, I mean.
I didn't know magic. I was taught it by my friend. And it was because I'm actually not too sure why, but he taught me how to try to understand people, but not being able to be around people made it hard, and knowing that they didn't like me. So I know what he knew, and this spellbook was one of his. I just want to find a place of my own someday. But out of the place. That's the place you want to go back to most. I don't know why.
Well, I'm sure there are some people more accepting of your kind than others. You might find times change. You just have to show that you're different to what people might expect. I think you've already done that.
Just gotta keep trying. Gotta keep
I mean, you act really scared, but you came with Ixley and me to fight the Hydra.
I don't want to lose anyone else. And you two stood up for me on the ship, and I felt indebted, and I didn't know what would be out there, and I was scared. I was scared of dying, but I was more scared of you two dying.
Well, we're both here. We might be missing 2 members of our party, but you made it through Hydra. That's a bonding experience I don't think a lot of people get to have.
Kiss just grabbed her side while you say that. Yes. But very angry.
Could you describe to me what this Hydra thing is? Because, to be honest, I have a hard time wrapping my head around it. So, multiple heads.
Oh yes, cut one off, more grow back.
It had a four-legged body, like kind of hunched over, and from where you would expect just like the head of a lizard or something, instead it was multiple long necks with a head at each one, like a serpent.
I think you 3 had a tough time of things, I'll be honest. Sounds
Yeah,
like
it
that
worked out.
was a rough trip.
Hydra skin sells for good money. Fun fact. It worked out.
Good to know. Hope I don't have to fight one to sell Hydra skin.
It was good enough.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, you and Ukala were on probably a slave ship, so that's something of itself.
That's more of a moral quandary than a physical battle. Certainly doesn't match up to fighting with a Hydra. Also, there weren't any slaves on the actual ship, so it was
Still involved
that's a
in
little bit
slavery.
different.
I wonder where
Yes,
they are now.
So do I. But I think a lot more innocent-looking ships have things hidden deep in the bows that we don't know about. You'd be surprised. The sea is a lawless place. Carol eating my food.
So we should probably move on, even though this is a precious moment.
Yeah.
So, you guys spend the rest of the day. You finish your lunch. You guys spend the rest of the day kind of tooling around town. Eventually, you return to the snapping line where you get into costume.
Yes! Wait.
Vanya, did you want to get a costume, perchance?
Sure, she will run out and grab a last-minute costume.
Yep. While you're out and about, you go out, and if you would think of a costume that you would want to have,
Yeah, we
And-
were so mean to Brad. We made him come up with two.
what would you in a D&D setting, what do you think you would be?
I don't like me or what? I don't know.
Sure, you or her.
Come up with some- I don't know. This is so
You could
unprecedented.
do what we did for Chip and just look up creatures and pick one.
I'm a rat.
Yeah, you're a little dinosaur.
No, not just a rat, a giant rat. You could be like a fey creature. You could be a devil. Bone devil. That would be cool.
Let's see.
You do
That's
not want to
very
get
cool.
attacked in the streets.
Maybe not. They aren't bone devils small though?
Bone devils? No.
I'm sure.
No, they're
they're not
medium
small?
size.
Okay.
They're terrible. Terrifying creatures. They kind of look like the aliens from Aliens.
Oh lord, no.
But,
Xenomorph.
But yeah, they do look like xenomorphs. So we'll say that you found like some kind of a dragon costume.
Oh, yeah, that sounds
Ah.
right. I'm a dragon.
This the woman who's making these costumes did a last minute dragon costume that like has a long tail made out of a mixture of fabric and light wood that she had commissioned from the Woodworkers Guild. That as you walk, the tail kind of moves and sways in a natural motion. The rest of it is almost like close-fitting, like combat clothes, trousers and a jacket and a shirt, but it's like has like a shiny scales made out of very light wood that are kind of lightly tacked on in an overlapping pattern. So as you move, the scales will move and reflect like the firelight, the torchlight, and in like a red reflective glow because she painted it with like a red kind of metallic paint.
Ooh, red and gold duochrome.
There you go. All right, so you guys return and get costumes on and get fitted, and by the time you exit the snapping line, once again, the night has fallen. As you walk out, you hear the snapping line itself is kind of turned into. What was I looking for? So-
Look in the chat.
Which chat?
Our chat. Discord.
Discord chat.
Yeah.
Oh no! Fantastic.
Oh no, that's your first reaction.
No, like oh no, awesome! Like
No, what a
that.
shit.
Oh my gosh! Look at her little face sticking out,
I
That's
know,
what I
this is so
pictured.
cute.
carrying her little tail in her hands. So yeah, Elizabeth. Oh no, again, first time.
Oh
this
my
game,
God.
this game. Lucilla's
I
dress
should not have chosen a name with a
looks
male
just like that. That's perfect, and it has these like skulls that hang down on silvery chains at intervals, and as she moves, they sway and move with her. Then the eyes of each skull kind of lights up, with one particular head in the middle for her necromancer's costume. The eyes glow very brightly, and obviously, the giant rat costume is self-explanatory right there with that picture.
Yeah, it needs no introduction.
Needs
Do you
no
like
introduction.
The touch of the wizard hat
I
on
do.
top of the rat.
Absolutely.
I'm proud of that.
So good. So, as you guys step out, music is filling the streets. You notice that all of the gas lamps are lit along the streets. However, they've like covered each of the glass lenses with like an orange or yellow vellum that puts a very like gives the light an orange and yellow glow that kind of pushes out into the streets. The night is cold, crisp, and refreshing. Music spills out from the snapping line. You can hear it coming from all different places. There's a lot of activity on the bridge. Everyone's kind of walking around, children and adults in costume, going from house to house, building to building, enjoying treats and baked goods, music, people of people playing music in all the corners. Seems to be a very town involved festival. What was I going to say? But that's it. As you kind of walk out into the streets, this is what you experience. Oh, you also see Kelodek in his large form, even larger as he's kind of walking on like these large stilts. It looks like he's made or had someone made for him. And these like kind of long pants that cover him up, so he looks even taller than his 7-foot form. And he's walking about. He looks a little grumpy, but that's just kind of his face. But you can see he's casting the fog spell. It looks like he's using some kind of maybe a magical item. He's holding something in his hand, but he's able to cast the fog's spell and like creating like a mist that kind of hangs in the area that reflects all of the light from the lamp posts, giving a cheery but somewhat spooky atmosphere as you move about the town.
Okay, so it's sunset at this point in time.
It's dark.
Okay.
Night has fallen.
So, when is the parade happening?
I'd say in about an hour or so.
Alright. I'm gonna go look for someone selling a toffee apple.
Oh my word, you find him. You head on over the market, just kind of across the street, and people are handing out. And you realize that you don't have to buy these things. As you walk up, you can see that people are in lines, just grabbing treats and food that seem to be being given away. And you're able to get your candied apple. Weird choice. Gross. But, I mean, whatever.
Yeah,
Just
I've
kidding.
never
I'm
actually
kidding.
had one in real life, I don't think.
They seem really dangerous to me.
That's just toffee on an apple.
I guess. What if you, like, crack
Maybe
your
you
tooth
have
or
a-
something?
Maybe you guys have a different one, but the outside of ours is more like a sort of caramelly, slightly chewy texture. It's not like break your teeth on it.
I think I saw a movie where that happened once, and it's just freaked me out ever since.
Oh, is it just... Okay.
What
My
movie?
mouth hurts. Why would you say that?
Think about like pumpkin pie instead, or
See
what
if you.
else would people have?
So as you're out getting, enjoying the food and the festivities, you might ask around about why all this stuff is free, and people tell you that you should thank Gillen Primewater. As
Okay.
and you learn that the council member, Mr. Primewater, often throws a lot of parties in general, festivals, and he's kind of well liked around town for that reason. He's well to do, and he kind of spreads his money around that way, pays for food, sponsors events like this to kind of spread his wealth about town. Is there anything in particular? Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, didn't we hear about Gillen Primewater throwing a party? Is this the party, or was that a different thing that we've completely missed at this point?
That was something different.
Okay. Right. I have them in my notes. I should start highlighting things that
That's
are
right.
of some importance rather than random shit.
I only take notes of important stuff. Are you like a
Take-
courtroom stenographer?
So,
I take notes
yeah.
of absolutely everything.
so you guys,
Same, I have like a play-by-play. But...
Yeah. I need it sometimes. Sometimes the audio goes missing. And there's
See-
no recording.
that's true. I'm sorry. I don't expect you guys to listen to it anyways. So, but you do, which is fun. So you guys spend the next hour or so traipsing about town, enjoying the music and the atmosphere, and the town is as well. You do notice that there are patrols of guards, you know, in the town, kind of walking around, and but they seem to be pretty relaxed, also partaking in the festivities. You see some of the faces that you've met, council members. You see Eleander Firethorn walking around with a patrol, engaging with the public, community policing, and more or less there's just an air of frivolity and festiveness in the town. Eventually, about an hour goes by, and people start talking about the parade and talking about trying to get the best spots and all that. Is there anywhere in particular that you all would like to watch the parade from?
I want to go to the bridge. For a second, could I quickly go to the toilet?
Yeah.
I don't want to miss the colourful description
Yeah, go ahead.
of every single parade float, which I am expecting. Excruciating detail.
I thought she meant you go to the bathroom and like.
No.
And I was like, okay.
No.
Dude, we are going deep this game.
Very immersive. No, I'll be right back.
In context of a bathroom.
Let me see.
I guess a bathtub maybe.
Alright, and just for clarification, the gist of being called to the council to put an end to smoke, and it was supposed to be at night? Like possibly this night or other nights, or what was that about?
Well, they just assumed, because no one really knows exactly when the ship's going to return to pick up that cargo.
Kind of drafted to...
Right, so when they return, you'll be contacted to go address it.
Gotcha.
And just kind of be ready, as when they return, it's going to be like, all right, let's get this on a roll and let's go, because we have limited time to deal with the ship.
Okay, gotcha. And that's what everyone was planning for. We haven't quite gotten a plan because they don't want to split the party.
Where's a good place to like download music? Because I don't do that at all.
That
Like,
sounds illegal, and given the context, sounds like entrapment.
ha! What?
So kids, yeah.
Yeah, right. No, I'm serious. Like, no, like, how would I buy music that I could upload to Roll20? Is what I'm asking.
I honestly have
I would-
no clue. I use Spotify.
I don't know if
for
you
everything.
can.
I
It's
know,
$10
I was
a
saying,
month.
I
It's just
just like
so.
pay for Spotify, so...
Like, if I wanted... I'm not... FBI. Come on. I almost got him. But,
I mean,
like, if I wanted to buy, like, say, like, individual Skyrim songs or whatever that I could upload to Roll20 and maybe use. Dun, dun, dun.
I'm googling where to buy music digitally. 'Cause I
Isn't that
actually have no
ridiculous?
idea. I mean,
Like, we used to do that all the time. Like, I used to buy, like...
well, like,
Thank-
Rhapsody doesn't exist anymore.
Thanks a lot, streaming.
I don't support Apple in any way.
Really?
Yeah, I worked for Best Buy for a little bit, and Apple is just such a garbage company to even work adjacent. That I was like, no, I'm not doing
Interesting.
that. Yeah, they purposely, they even told us, like, whenever those AirPods first came out, they withheld, like, almost all of them during the holiday season so no one could buy them until after Christmas, so it would cause a huge rush.
What?
And they explicitly told us, and we had, like, an entire pallet in the back, but we weren't allowed to sell them. So,
What?
yeah, that's why I don't like Apple. Like,
Fair enough.
that's some late-stage capitalism stuff, but, like, you always think, oh, that's just a conspiracy theory. But seeing that kind of shattered that delusion for me, and I just haven't really been the same since.
You looked behind the curtain.
Yeah, seeing, you know, like, it was like 300 sets of this. So that was like 300 times, like, they were $250 at the time. A lot of money.
All
They
right.
were just making us hold them because the sale ended after Christmas.
Lame.
Yeah.
So, you guys make your way onto the bridge. Everyone seems to be kind of pushing and shoving to get their own spot. The bridge itself, the shops on the bridge are open. People are handing out treats and little toys for the kids while you wait for the parade. It's very crowded. A lot of people out and about, in costume and out, just waiting for the parade.
Do I still get that funny feeling?
Yes. Yeah, it's just like a low grade nausea.
Okay, I'm gonna stop asking because I'm just now gonna assume it
Every
happens time.
every time you have
Let
gotten
me
on that
know
bridge,
if it ever doesn't.
I will. So about 10 minutes later, you hear the fire of a cannon. Not a fire of a cannon, because cannon's an explosion of a firework. Fires off into the sky and shoots out in sparks, green and red sparks, and signaling the parade to start. And as you sit and watch, you see dark shapes moving down the road, large dark shapes moving down the road from kind of the docks over here in this area. Now people are basically lined up from here, from the start of the bridge, all along the road this way towards the town hall, where this stuff is supposedly supposed to end. So you wait about another 5 or 6 minutes, waiting for the stuff to arrive, and eventually the first float kind of turns the corner. And what you see is a large wagon being towed by a team of horses. And basically, it is a large dragon made completely out of wood. As it's people cheer and shout in enjoyment as this float, which was put together by the Wood Carving Guild, the Woodworkers Guild, passes by in front of everyone. The dragon itself seems to be built seamlessly into the wagon itself as it drives by. Each stripe, or not stripe, but each scale in different color, denoting shading and texture, and is made out of some different type of wood, seamlessly put together in some either almost magical way. The skill is incredible. The eyes glow red from some magical means, or perhaps a fire inside. And as it reaches the middle of the bridge, the head of the dragon kind of rears back, and out of its mouth shoots multiple fireworks that fire into the sky and explode above the bridge, raining down sparks for everyone's enjoyment. Hold on a second. As it pulls on and off, the next float comes by, and this one, again, all of these are being pulled by teams of horses on wagons, but this one is like two wagons put together, and is basically a depiction of what these people, though they've never seen it or been there, what they think the Feywild would be. People in costumes, Fey costumes, centaur costumes, fauns, dryads, satyrs, all those types of creatures are cavorting around trees that are sparkling and reflecting all of the different glowing torchlight. Simulated plant life and these things that people think are happening during what would be like a moonlight dance around in like a fairy circle kind of area. So you keep watching these floats go by and by, each one as magnificent as the last. Lucilla, as you guys are standing, clapping to the music, eating candied apples and whatnot, you feel someone bump into you. You turn and look, and you see a man or somebody standing at the mouth of an alley, looking directly at you, and you see what you're looking for, and he disappears down the alley.
I'm gonna try and slip away into the crowd without Hiss or Vanya noticing.
Okay, go ahead and do a stealth check. And Vanya and Hiss, go ahead and do a perception check, please.
I love contested rolls.
This is gonna be like the first time I actually roll well.
Fuck!
Oh,
Dude.
I'm never.
Vanya never misses anything.
So perceptive.
So, Hiss, you're just entranced. This is something you haven't experienced before. Just with what you had kind of shared with the girls earlier, you didn't get out much and see a lot of the world. You have seen more as you've been traveling, but this is kind of a big deal for you. So you're just locked in on that, like the giant dragon, dragon kind. It's just kind of locking you in. But Vanya, being a mercenary, you're used to keeping your wits about you and being aware of your surroundings. You feel like a little nudge from Lucilla, and you kind of look over your shoulder and see her slipping away into the crowd. You barely catch a vision of her, but you see her slip into an alley between two buildings. Lucilla, as you slip into that alley, you see it's dark. But at the very end of the alley, it's lit by the moonlight, and you see a dark silhouette of a man stop, turn, look, and throw a leg over the side of the bridge and start climbing down what looks to be what you would assume is a ladder.
Oh god. I'm in a ball gown. I will give it a go.
All right. What do you do, Vanya?
She's just gonna nudge Hiss and point to the alley, and for now she's just gonna stand outside between the two buildings and see if she hears anything going down.
So Hiss, you just are kind of broken out of your reverie by the nudge, and you see Vanya kind of move over, hand on sword. Vanya, move up to the edge, and you kind of peek around the alley. And what you see is the same thing that I described to Lucilla. However, you see Lucilla do that. You see her, the glowing skulls, the little specks of red magical light emanating from the little skulls hanging from her dress, from her hips, sway and move as she swings a leg over the edge of this bridge. And Lucilla, you do see a hanging ladder descending down into a boat that's awaiting down below.
Oh god. What the fuck am I getting myself into? Okay.
Alright, so you climb down the...
Go.
What are you doing, Vanya, once you see her disappear over the edge?
So I'll nudge Hiss and ask her what she's doing. You talked to my head once, can you do it to hers?
I would say Hiss didn't see her do that, but Hiss, if you were to peek around, I think you would see you would see what Vanya saw. And as you're watching, she's like disappearing. She's like going down the ladder, and she goes out of view.
How far would I be away?
Maybe like 30 feet.
I think message has a kind of a short range, but
I think it's like
more than
I
30,
don't know.
it's more than 30
but I
feet,
don't
isn't it?
know.
I think it's more than 30. 120. So,
Some range.
I know.
so while you guys are deciding, Lucilla, you climb down. It's a rope ladder, so you're kind of swinging and swaying. As you get to the bottom, you feel your boots clump down on top of a wooden rowboat. You see a man at the back of the boat, or you see a man in the middle of the boat, rather. A large, brutish man with big shoulders and big arms who has the two oars in his hands. And then you see the other person. Here, switch over to the private jet for just a second.
Okay.
Just a second. Alright, so what you see is like a tall, well-built, but lanky guy sitting at the other end of the boat. He's wearing some kind of like a gentleman's suit, cloak. Looks like he has a rapier at his side, and maybe some kind of like leather armor. And he's wearing like a mask that's almost looks like a tiger's mask, but all of like the green, it's like green and black striped, and all of the green are made up of small crystals or emeralds, some kind of gemstone. It's just encrusted in these things. Everything that's green is those, and then the black are black crystals as well. It's ornately made, covers his entire face. You can't see his eyes, and he's just sitting quietly at the other side of the boat.
Guess I'd take a seat too.
Okay, so you sit down at the other. He's like the bow of the boat, and you're sitting on like he's at the bow of the boat on a bench, looking at you, and you have your back to the guy who's rowing the boat, and he starts rowing away, and he's not saying anything to you. All right, let's go back,
Okay.
and you start rowing away.
Should I stay or should I go now?
All right, what are you guys doing?
Small lizard's going to try to be as close to Vanya as possible after, noticing everyone's fucking gone. But otherwise, we have no idea.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think Vanya trusts her. I think she's gonna try to dart after. She's gonna try to be quiet, but she probably won't.
Okay, go ahead. So you're gonna try and move quietly. Go ahead and do a stealth check for me, both of you.
Yep.
So as you guys are moving down the alley quickly, you're trying to
Ow, you hit my tail. Yeah.
catch up with Lucilla. And you guys kick like a stack of crates, and it makes a very loud noise as they fall over, and it kind of it slows you down a little bit. You race on ahead and get to the edge of the edge of the bridge, and you see a rope ladder that's descending down into the water, and you see a rowboat rowing out into the bay, like give me a second. So, like in this direction.
Are you on the GM layer?
No,
Okay.
right there.
Oh, sweet.
So that you're rowing away from the bridge this way, out into the bay. As you guys reach the edge, you see a man. It's kind of hard to see in the moonlight, but you see Lucilla sitting in a boat. A very large individual rowing the boat, and another man, well-dressed individual, sitting at the bow of the boat, facing Lucilla. You can't hear anything, due to all the noise and stuff. And it doesn't look like he heard anything due to the fact they heard anything due to the fact that there is a lot of fireworks and stuff going on. It's the parade. And you see them rowing away into the bay. Do you want to do anything in particular at the moment?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything you can do. So I guess she'll just try to keep an eye out as long as she can. If need be, she'll like walk, across the bridge or down. She's just gonna try to keep an eye on the boat as long as she can.
Okay. Yep.
Do I notice that they followed?
Do a perception
Or
check.
can I not? Okay.
Sure. With disadvantage, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you do not notice.
Very distracted.
As you guys are like moving your way back to the bridge, Vanya, you and Hiss kind of sticking together. By the time you make your way through the crowd, all the way to the end of the bridge, kind of over here, trying to keep an eye. By the time you make it over there, the boat is kind of lost among the other ships on the dock. It's dark. I'd say you lost it. And do an investigation check for me.
Me? Oh no.
Yeah.
Did you-
You're like, look, Hiss, you can do one too, because you guys are...
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
Why?
Yeah, every time. So you guys lose it. You lose it in the water, reflection of the moon against the water, among the other ships and boats and stuff that are out there. You lose it.
Been rolling like complete garbage.
I know.
That's
We're like
the
the stooges over here, and you're thinking,
that's
oh,
the
boy.
fifth natural one this session. The fifth.
So, alright, so
Single digit.
do you guys want to just kind of let it go, try to find them? Do you want to go back and watch the parade? Like, what would you do?
Yeah, I'd probably just let it go
Okay.
for now. Like, I mean,
Alright.
she'll keep an eye out. Obviously, if she sees anything weird, she'll be like more vigilant than usual. But
Okay. Alright, so for the moment then, you guys can take a little break real quick. I'm going to do something with Charlotte real quick on the private channel.
Okay. Ah! Wish me.
As you are rowing away from the bridge, the guy just stares silently at you through the mask. The sound of... Oh, hey. Anyone who's listening and watching this is a private moment. So
Yeah.
stop listening. Don't intrude. Kurt? I'm talking to you.
Talking to you, bud.
Talking to you, Kurt. I know you want to listen, but it's for your own good. It's for your own good. Okay, hold on a second.
I could put in timestamps for when these moments are, so people know to just skip the whole thing.
Yes, that would be helpful.
I'll do that.
I think that'll maybe be a good thing for it.
Because there's also a lot of Sasha's private stuff too.
Alright, let's turn this down a little bit. So, you start, the guy continues the row, strong strokes, moving you out into the bay. Eventually you turn in towards a dock, like maybe in this direction. Eventually, he guides the boat in, and just right next to a small, what it looks, it's like a dock house, right? So there's docks where a large ship is gonna dock, but this is like a dock house where the boat actually kind of pulls in to an enclosed space. Once in, the man stays seated, doesn't say anything to you. The big gentleman, the rower, stands up, gets out of the boat. You feel this enormous shift in the boat as it rocks back and forth. He walks up on these, there's basically little wooden runners on each side of the boat. Before you is a door, two doors, one on the outside wall, and then one on the inside that seems to lead to maybe another room further into the dock house. The rower puts out his hand. Without moving his face from yours, the masked man reaches into his pocket, pulls out 2 gold pieces and puts them in his hand. Man grabs them, bites them real quick, pockets them, walks out the side door. The masked man stands up slowly, straightens his coat. This way, please. And he
Follow.
steps out of the boat and walks in through the door. He holds the door for you as you walk in. What you see is it's a fisherman's dock house. There's nothing special about it. It smells like fish and it smells like the docks. But in the middle of it, in this room with rope and tackle and things on the walls, there are 2 chairs and a round table with a tablecloth over top of it, like a runner. Candelabra with lit candles, a bottle of wine, and 2 glasses. He walks to one side, indicates your chair, pulls out his own, and waits for you to sit.
Yeah, that's it.
He sits down as well. Without taking his eyes from yours, he reaches over and grabs the bottle, pops the top, tosses the cork on the floor, and fills up the 2 glasses with a rich, deep red wine, and hands the glass to you. The glass itself is made of crystal. You can tell you've seen these fine things before. This is a well-made, expensive glass. And he takes his own and scoots it closer to himself. He reaches up and grabs a little piece of the mask. You hear a little click, and half of it comes off, and he places it on the table next to him, revealing a half of a man's face, white skin, and he just has a little bit of a grin on his face. Takes a sip. That is good. Well, you've been
Pick up
asking.
my glass.
You've been asking after me. Who are you?
That I have.
Tell me about yourself.
How far back would you like? Been around quite a while.
Oh. Your choice. I could probably find it out myself. Soon enough. But I would
Fair
like
enough.
to hear it from those lips myself.
Alright. Lucilla. I've been somewhat of a traveller. Don't have a homestead anywhere permanent. Used to call a ship my home. Used to have a crew. Now I don't anymore. Before that, it's rather unimportant. Came from a home that wasn't particularly interesting, and I made a life for myself out on the ocean. It's where the fun is, really.
Yes, it can be. You say, were you a trader?
For a little while. Trading doesn't always pay very well.
Ah, a
Something else
pirate.
pays better, yes. It's easier, less work, more reward.
Where's your ship?
Belongs to someone else now. That's what I'd like your help with.
Oh?
In return for my own services, of course. I don't expect you to give me charity.
What makes you think we need your services?
I've got a lot to offer.
Do tell.
Making connections in the city.
Takes a sip from his wine. Do tell. What
Can I
services
sniff?
do you have to offer? Of course you can.
Can I sniff my wine and see if I smell that it's vinegary or poisoned? Do I know what poison
Sure.
smells like?
Sure. Go ahead and do a. You can do a perception check. A perception check or like a medicine check. Whichever
Medicine
one.
check is so much worse.
Okay, go ahead and do a perception.
Finally,
What is it?
a good roll.
And
A
it's
19.
You kind of lean forward. Do a sleight of hand check as well.
That ain't bad.
So you
Take it.
surreptitiously lean forward, and in the same motion of taking a sip, you sniff, ready to back out at the last moment if need be. But you don't smell anything that would lead you to believe that it is. There's no acidic singe or the telltale sign of anything bad. So you fully commit, and the rich full-bodied wine flows over your tongue and down your throat, warming you from the inside out. It truly is a good wine.
It's far better than anything I've probably been drinking this whole time.
It's true. What skills do you have to offer, Lucilla?
Well, I have what I've been gifted. And, what can I do? Can I just do some kind of like flash of lightning power without actually attacking anything? All
Sure.
I've got is attacking.
Sure.
I don't want to lightning lure him.
Yeah, I think like you could like just kind of rub your fingertips together and like your,
I'd like the energy to sort of pulse through my
Right.
scars and my
Yep.
eyes.
Yep. As you do that, you just kind of like do a performance check for me.
Ooh. This is one I haven't touched in a while.
You can see like you can't see much of his face, but you can see his mouth at this point in time. You see a flash of white straight teeth as he smiles. Well, that is delightful. Very interesting indeed. Magical.
Oh yes. I believe that something gave me this for greater purposes, and I think if you had this at your disposal, who knows what could be done.
Oh, miss. Lucilla, there's no need to bullshit about this greater purpose nonsense. You're here for something else. I can taste it.
I want to take back what was taken from me
Ah,
and punish the one who did it.
revenge, My, those are powerful emotions. How do I know you can be trusted?
Because at the moment, my reputation has been lost to the ages, and I need to work on getting it back. Work on getting her back. And I have Only loyalties to those who can help me do such a thing.
Loyalty. You see, that is something I highly regard, specifically when it's owed to me, but I don't trust it. In our line of work, miss, it's a rare commodity.
Understand?
What kind of work are you looking to do? Or
What
should I say,
vacancies do you have?
willing to do? Oh, I have plenty of vacancies. Plenty of jobs that need doing. I just need to know what you're willing to do. Takes
I
another
will say
sip.
I'm not exactly the assassin type, but
Mm.
smuggling, good at finding things.
How bad do you need my help, Lucilla?
If I were to be honest, badly.
I
Tried
wonder.
making it on my own, and I've been unsuccessful.
Well, sometimes you need friends.
Exactly.
I could be that friend, Lucilla. But, I would need you to be a friend to me.
Of course.
Is there any particular help you're looking for me? Looking from me?
I want connections. And I want to know where she is. Just baby steps.
Well, you're gonna have to give me a name, honey.
Karis Morgan has made
Karis
a name for herself. I'm
Morgan.
sure.
The name has popped up in the past month or two. Seems as though she came from a different area. Southeast of here, if I'm not mistaken. The other
Yes.
side of the Azure Sea. And even further still, from what I hear, she has been a bit of a pest, or, well, I don't want to let too much get away from me, for free, that is. I do have information you would probably find enjoyable, perhaps necessary for your revenge quest. But I'm gonna need some from you first. I don't know what it is yet. I have a couple of things that need doing. You seem
Oh.
like the sword. That's that rapier there. You know how to use that as
Yes.
well.
Take it out with a flourish. I'm gonna push away from the table slightly and take it out with a bit of a flourish.
Well,
I
that
have
was
many
pretty.
tricks up my sleeve.
I bet you do. We'll be in touch,
You know where
Any-
I'm staying?
of course. I knew where you were staying for the first day you were here. You've made quite a name for yourself already. You seem like to be a bit of a goody two-shoes. I was surprised when I heard you were trying to get a hold of me.
I like to give off a facade that people find more favourable.
What of your friends? What would they think of you meeting with me here?
Friend, that's quite a word. What they won't know won't hurt them.
Yes, but will they hurt me, my interests here in town?
Potentially. I don't know much about them yet. Some seem to serve their own interests. But
Well,
keep an eye out.
don't we all? I can't fault them for that. But
No.
my interests are of most important. All right. I will be in touch. I do not take trust lightly, Lucilla. Earn my trust and you will have it. And have it in spades, but before that, I only have mistrust. And you will need to prove yourself to me before I start giving you what you need.
Of course.
Sadly for you, miss, I have all the cards. And I have what you need. But I'm a fair man, even if I am a criminal.
Meeting with me in the first place indicates as such.
Well,
Been more than generous.
I needed to decide if I needed to kill you.
Fair enough.
And he's like, as he's saying that, he's kind of fingering his, like lightly tapping the hilt of his own rapier. I'm not saying I have not made a decision on that point yet. It isn't personal.
Never is.
Very few get to meet with me, but you intrigue me, Priscilla.
Should I take that as a compliment, or...
I suppose that remains to be seen. Take it as both.
Alright.
Truly, I could have you killed at any time. I could kill you at any time. Magic or no. Flourish of your rapier or no. This is my fishbowl, miss. And it's very large. And I'm the shark. But perhaps you can be the lamprey who latches on and takes my leavings.
I'll take it. Seems like a fair trade.
And perhaps there's more for you here. I have a feeling about you. He stands up, pushes his chair back, goes to the door. Well, before that, he grabs that piece, clicks it in place. The wine is yours, Lucilla. Enjoy it. The last fellow I had this type of feeling with, he's dead now. My rapier pushed through his skull and out the back. He was skilled and useful, but it didn't work out. Let's make sure this one does.
Duly noted.
Happy Hallow Festival. And he gets
You as
up
well.
and walks out the back door.
I'm going to pour myself out another glass of wine and down it.
Okay.
Take the bottle with me. Leave the glass behind.
Okay. Alright, so you leave the glass. Both glasses?
I don't want to... He said the wine's mine. He didn't say the glasses were. I'm not going to steal from him.
Okay. Alright, so you walk out the door.
He just said he put a rapier through someone's skull.
So so you walk out the door. He's nowhere to be seen. You hear the sound of music in the distance. And what do you want to do?
I mean, I don't think the others even saw me leave, so I'm just going to go back and pretend I want to go get wine.
Okay, cool. Alright, let's go back.
Okay.
I can see that too.
Bonjour.
You guys still there?
Welcome back. Yeah.
Yep.
Alright, would you guys be willing to play for one more half an hour? Is that too much or not?
That's fine.
Yeah.
I'm
I don't
not
have
with
anything to do. You.
Okay.
That's good.
Alright. So, you guys, oh, just for everyone else who's listening to this recording, you are now allowed to listen.
I'm going to put timestamps. Pay attention to those.
Well, if they're hearing that, it's too late. We just
Yeah,
can't
that's
mention
true. They've
those.
already been listening to the whole thing.
Kurt,
Cut.
did you listen?
I'm looking at you,
Kurt?
There are a lot of secret channels.
This is-
Yeah, in the private chat, Brad was literally like, Kurt, stop listening.
Get out.
You know you want to, but stop it.
It's for your own good, Cart. Let's see here. So Hiss and Vanya, you guys are still on the bridge. The floats are going by. You're still enjoying your time there, although you are wondering where your compatriot went. Ultimately, maybe about 15 to 20 minutes later, Lucilla comes ambling up the bridge. She smells a little bit like wine. She's carrying a half-drinking wine bottle in her hand, and she rejoins you.
Oh, hello. Sorry, I went to go get this. It's very nice. Would you like some? I felt the parade use could do with some libations.
Uh-huh. And that involves getting in a boat with a strange man.
My face drops completely. So you saw that.
I mean, I'm not judging you. It's your business.
You're judging me a
Well,
little
it
bit,
was-
though. Like,
I mean, yeah, a little bit. It's kind of terrifying. You didn't tell us anything.
it's not something you need to know about. It's business from back home.
Alright, fair enough.
Would you like some
Long
more?
ass.
That
Yes,
sentence
I've got
did not
it.
put me at ease.
Look, I have some less than savory people that have ruined me before, and trying to get rid of them, trying to hide myself from them. Just I've got limited resources, and they have a lot, so
And those people, that man in the boat, he was one of them? Or he was someone helping hide you?
it's helping.
Okay. Well, I trust your judgment. I hope. I trust you'd say something if the whole town was in danger.
No, it's not. I don't quite have threats operating on that level coming after me.
Okay,
It's not an apocalypse situation.
this is good. Alright, let me try the wine.
Yeah, I give her some.
As you take a pull from the wine bottle, you see a parade float past, and you kind of hear the kind of music die down a little bit. People are usually cheering and being very excited about these floats. But you hear like some noises of confusion coming from this part of the bridge. Now, all of these floats have been very like lighthearted, depictions of the Fae, of dragons, But even the dragon, a fearful creature, is played off as being like a magnificent thing, not a scary thing. Though there are some spooky elements to this holiday. It seems like it's mostly good-hearted and not about, terror. However, as you look down the bridge towards the west, you see another team of horses, all black, pulling a very large black cart. And as you see this standing in front of the horses, pulling on the reins, is like a medium-sized man in a cloak, and he's holding like a scythe over his shoulder, kind of like a depiction of death. And he's like holding the reins and trundling up the street, pulling this cart. And on the cart is this like uh, huge tree. It looks incredibly real. Like a lot of the incredible work that's been put into all these floats, and the wheels squeak and grind on the stone of the bridge as it rolls forward, and the man pulls these horses, and the horses trudge after him, black as night, and the cart rolls slowly across to the bridge to the middle, almost right before you guys. And on this, what you see is this giant tree, and from the branches of the tree are hanging what look like dead bodies, like decomposed bodies hanging from nooses around their neck, and they swing and sway and jerk as the cart moves forward. People like just start getting very, very quiet. The festival music just kind of dies off. This is not what people expected. As the cart comes to a stop, you hear "Make a mockery of our lives, will you? You think being scared is fun? Granny Nightshade does not appreciate your frivolity, and you shall pay." And with that, the guy like throws off of his robe, and immediately like grows, starts like his body starts contorting and stretching, and he starts shape-shifting and changing. He's growing taller, whereas before he was about 5'10". Now he grows into a large-sized creature. He's about 10 feet tall, broad-shouldered, body packed with muscle. The only thing he's wearing is like a strip of cloth around his waist, barely covering the unmentionables. And his scythe goes from being like a normal-sized scythe. The wood cracks and stretches. The blade lengthens out, and he grabs it with two hands. And as this is happening, he sorry, I was loud. And he like reaches out and he grabs. Just a surprised commoner, grabs him by the neck and tears his head off, his spine coming with it, and he throws him into the streets and starts swinging his scythe. At the same time that's happening, the tree itself seems to come alive and starts moving. You hear it just like breaks apart the walls of the wagon it's in, and the tree itself like jumps off onto the ground and starts moving through the crowd westward. The body is hanging from the nooses themselves, start swinging, and the bodies themselves like animate. The zombies reaching out with their hands, grabbing people, trying to bite people as the ropes drag them through crowds of people. They're biting and clawing and attacking people while the tree does that as well. People start screaming, calling for the guard, calling for the rangers who are supposed to be protecting the perimeters of the town. That tree just starts running westward through the crowds, while this giant monstrosity, this hideous creature, stands with his weapon and starts hewing people down. Everyone roll initiative.
Both internal and external screaming. Damn, son. We don't have our tokens.
Oh
does
yeah,
that
how do we
matter?
click on that?
Oh yeah, don't do it. Don't roll initiative yet. No one roll initiative.
Damn it, Sasha!
I know.
Sasha, I didn't tell you to roll initiative or anything. Give me a break.
God damn that.
She's
Girl, that
dude.
escalated so quickly.
That description. God
I
damn.
know, it was so good though.
Alright, I gotta get you, Sasha.
For this whole parade, I felt like I was actually watching.
I know, it was so funny.
So
like,
cinematic.
Did I have?
And now it's,
It was-
now it's a horror.
Now it's not fun.
Yeah. I can see. I can see why this was a Halloween thing.
It's supposed to be.
But Halloween is every.
It's
so-
a giant turkey, and it opens its mouth and
Slightly less scary.
and
But the
sprays
giant-
gravy everywhere.
Oh, it's like very, very hot gravy.
Yeah, it's really hot, but it tastes good.
Very
So.
gloopy. It's like grease. It's like the grease smell.
He opens up its belly and stuffing comes out.
Oh.
Gets everybody.
It just kills
Yeah.
It
It's a-
kamikazes by pulling open its stomach.
It's also one of those turkeys that, like in the cartoons or whatever, has the little paper guys on its legs. You know, the
Oh,
little,
wait, those things that no one ever actually used.
yeah, the little fluffy paper things that go on the end of the feet, where the feet are supposed to be. I don't know what they're supposed to be for, but
And the tree can be a giant pumpkin pie.
dude, he's totally a giant pumpkin guy. Hey, what are your hit points normally? I think 45.
Mine's 45. I don't know. I swear
Oh,
I
no,
keep
that's yours.
resetting my hit points.
Sasha, what are your hit points usually? What are your max?
Man, mine are only 41. Dang, girl, you rolled good.
Did actually mean to do that in person, but it's alright.
Did we not do that? I don't remember.
I don't remember if we did or not.
I don't mind re-rolling health.
No,
if you
no, no,
want
no,
to.
no. It is what it is. But like, we'll roll hit points in the future. Oh, this guy should be dead. On the ground. All right, and then now I got to put you guys on the map. 1 second.
I'm gonna double check my hit points. Because I'm not even sure I rolled for these. I might just have them slightly off. Because I don't usually roll, I usually just take the middle. So I don't think I did that this time, but I will check. Not trying to deceive anyone, I promise. Because I've got some levels in sorcery. You'd think mine would be lower. Oh,
Sorry, guys. Hold on. So this is what you see. I think I would have. Oh, that's on the map layer. Oh shoot. So the tree that's in the back there, that's not there anymore. That's
Okay.
gone. It's like, it's running that way. It's going that way. Okay. Now you guys can roll initiative. If you haven't already.
One better than last time.
Makes so much difference.
Okay. And this, just for reference, I think there's a little sheet I can show you.
Oh god. Share initiative with the big dude.
Blank.
Oh no.
Oh,
What's an Oni?
oh no. I don't really know what those do in D&D, I just know that they're nasty. Oh damn.
Okay. Alright, guys. That's it. Let's... Descending. There's not that many of us, which is awesome. Combat should go pretty quick. And there we go. Alright, guys. Who's up first? He is. Lucille, real quick. Let's D20 straight. See who wins.
Okay.
I got a 12. Okay,
Yeah.
so Oni goes first. All right.
Damn it.
If we went by dexterity, he would probably go. What's your dex mod?
+4.
Should be over there. What's his? Stop grabbing stuff. Sorry, 1 second. This is a +0, so that's how we should do it. But I made a call.
Okay.
All right. So. That should do that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Okay. Alright, so he went over, he killed that person, now he's going to race over here. And he's going to make 2 attacks on these people.
Oh, God. I get to see what he does before he does it.
So he just makes these 2 scythes. He has this huge scythe, 2-handed, and he just chops twice. Yeah. And he just kills 2 of these people. He just runs up to this man and woman, and he takes a scythe and he cuts through one completely at the waist, splits him in half, and he skewers the next one, almost in the same move. He pushes his glaive through and skewers one right through the chest, pulls it back out again, throwing the body like 10 feet over this way. Yes! And he like dips his hand into the one he cut in half over here. He just dips his hand in there. And like just completely inside the body, and like pulls like just guts out. He just holds him, takes a bite, throws him, and screams at the people near him just to terrify him. Alright, your turn, Elizabeth.
What do ball bearings do in 5th edition? Just want to see. Just for...
They make you fall down. He has to do like a dex check or something. See if he could falls prone.
I'm guessing it would take an action to throw out ball bearings. I feel
It
like
doesn't.
that would take
It doesn't really
action.
make.
Get it out of my pack, then I have to.
Yeah, because you don't have them like readily available to you. I'd
No.
say take an action.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm gonna use catapult on
As an
my new
action.
baseball.
Yeah.
As an action, yeah, I'm not gonna do the ball bearings because he could just walk around them. Let's be real.
As an action, you can spill these tiny metal balls from their pouch to cover a level square area that is 10 feet by 10 feet. Creature moving across the covered area must succeed on a DC 10 saving throw or fall prone.
10 feet by 10 feet doesn't really block off that much. He can just go like this and walk around it. So I think I'll use catapult. Just fire a baseball at him.
Alright, so you take out your like really hard lacrosse ball thing. You start waving your hand at it, and it starts levitating kind of off your hand. Yeah, with like this almost translucent shimmering glow, and it fires at him like straight as an arrow. Does he need to do a dex save? What's the save he has to do?
Dex against 14. He's got high dex, so this might not be good for me.
He's a +3 to his dex saving throw. But he misses. He got an 8. So he's just like entranced by this blood. He's like, using his long snake-like tongue to lick up all this ichor on his hand, and this ball like comes out of nowhere, smashes him in the back of the head.
Okay, 3. I need to make a marker for this. That's something.
Yeah, black blood splatters over onto the ground. He grimaces, turns around, looks over his shoulder, his long teeth gnashing.
I'm gonna move over here. No, wait, is this a tree or a bush here? That's.
That.
Can I hide in the bush?
Sure, if you want to like crawl underneath it and behind it, sure.
I don't know if I want to crawl underneath it. That seems like I'm making myself prone.
Go ahead and do a. If you want to.
Do I have to roll any? I'm just gonna hide over here.
Usually you do still do like a stealth check.
Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. I am.
You
prone.
can hide, but that doesn't mean you just hide just cause. Alright. So yeah, so you like start running through this little small crowd and slide behind this wagon. Who did that?
Just point to a commoner.
Yeah, your hand just pokes up over the top of the cart, just use him.
Can you imagine? What a bitch.
You're up, Hiss.
A lot has fucking happened. And
I believe in you, Hiss.
Put the first one.
with like a hurried panic look, she's gonna reach for her focus.
Okay.
And mutter in Draconic, and then reach over and grab Vanya and say, "Breathe at him." As she casts Dragon's Breath, lightning damage.
You said lightning?
Yeah, ignore the damage roll, but
Sure.
lightning.
He electrocutes me, yeah. No.
Until the spell ends, the creature can use an action to exhale energy of the chosen type in a 15-foot cone. Each creature in that area must make a dex throw. Cool.
So now,
Awesome.
Bonnie can use her action to cast, use the Dragon's Breath action. I realized its casting time was a bonus action though, and that's actually great.
Boom. Bonused it.
I'm also firebolt them.
Okay, yeah. So you reach over, Vanya, you feel like this, already you have this like storm inside of you almost, this electrical power. You feel it amplify and focused in your mouth in a way that, in your body that you didn't know, that you didn't have before. Innately you know that you have this power now. And as Hish, you're holding on to her arm, you reach out with one hand, pointing your fingers, and firebolts fly out of your fingers at the Oni. Yes. Firebolt flies forward, smashing into his chest, searing it with pain, dealing 12 damage.
Yay.
Okay.
And then going to take a little bit step back, and that's it.
Alright. Alright, it's its turn now. No, it's Vanya's turn. Sorry.
Alright.
I don't think I want to get close to it yet.
Yeah, I figured 15-foot reach is better than being in actual melee with this dude.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's terrifying. He probably has an insane reach. First,
And he
she will-
would probably eat you.
I mean, he's probably gonna walk up to you anyway, let's be honest.
Yeah. So first she will pull her spiritual weapon out of the air for her bonus action.
And this time, since it's right above him, she will smack him with it.
Okay. So your spectral. It's a longsword, isn't it?
It's a spear. That
Spear.
Looks like
That's right. Definitely hits him. Your lightning rod appears above him. His eyes widen as it slices down and punches through his chest and comes back out, leaving like tendrils of electricity coursing over his body, dealing him 11 damage.
Alright.
Alright.
Yeah, and I'll stay where I am.
Okay. He looks around frantically, and he sees you guys with your attention directed at him, and you definitely are looking a little bit more prepared than everyone else. At least you, Vanya. So he runs over there. 20. He runs up to you. And let me see, what does he do? Sorry, bad DM here.
Okay.
Yeah, he's just going to. He just takes his glaive and he starts, or his scythe, and he scythes you twice. I know that was a lot of deliberation for that, but 24 and an 18. I think they both hit you. So as he lashes out with both of his strikes, catching you, tearing a gash in your chest and tearing a gash in your shoulder with both strikes. You're just barely missing. He's moving so fast, his muscles moving his blades so quickly. You're going to take a total of 23 slashing damage. Lucilla, you're up.
By the way, I was making a mistake on my HP. I'm really sorry. I have no idea where that number came from, but I double checked it and that should be correct now. And it seems a lot better. D2 versus the demon that's right in your face. Okay. I'm gonna run up to it. Seems really fucking stupid. I'm gonna booming blade it.
Okay, definitely hits. So you race up, you pull out your rapier, and as you punch it through into his back, Vanya, you see the point of this rapier stick out his stomach a couple inches. He roars, and he looks behind him and sees you there. But as that happens, this thunderous ripples across his body, dealing him additional damage. So he takes a total of 1,000,000. 19, 26.
And then if he moves, he takes more. And I'm gonna disengage and
Okay.
head over towards this alleyway. Oh wait, how far can I move? I'll move. You can go to someone else's turn.
It's Hiss, you're up.
Yeah.
He looks really angry.
So super.
And with that in mind, just get a scorching ray in.
Wait, I just realised I can actually use my bonus to hide. Since I did a melee attack, he doesn't get to make opportunity attacks. So I'm going to try and hide in the commoners.
Just jump in.
You're gonna Assassin Creed. Just gonna
Yeah.
sit on a bench.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
gonna get a commoner killed.
Alright, yeah, go ahead and stealth.
They're probably going to die anyway, let's be
Okay.
real. Out of character.
Gosh.
That's me saying that as the terrible person I really am, not my character.
Okay,
Sorry.
gosh.
Yeah,
It doesn't change my answer.
still gosh.
Sorry.
Alright, your turn is.
Alright, going to, scorching ray in.
Okay.
Pretty sure it's 3 bolts?
This. I think so.
Yeah. Okay.
Pew him, man.
Pew,
Pew pew pew.
First bolt? Ooh.
Shears off to the side.
But, yeah, not.
Yep, shears off to the side and hits the cart, setting it on fire.
Ray 2. Crit.
That hits. That one hits.
We actually rolled a natural 20, one of us.
Oh, come on.
He takes 10 damage.
I rolled 2 once in the damage.
Ooh.
This is live. Alright. Bolt 3.
Also hits.
Alright.
Better.
It's like a total of 18 damage.
Nice.
Yes. Fire wizard. I don't actually know what his is.
Alright.
Liz, don't tell me.
Vanya, you're up. And Hiss, if you want to do any movement, go ahead.
Yeah, scurry into the valley a little bit. And that'd be the turn.
Alright. Vanya will
Keep on
just
you to it, dude.
snarl. And she's gonna try to center it here so I don't hit commoners. Then she's gonna do a 3rd level max damage shatter. So,
Whoa.
Oh, gosh.
so it'll be this, but she'll max damage it. So we'll do 32.
Let's see, what's the... So he has to do a dex or
Yeah, but you
something?
have to do it. Constitution.
Con...
Probably 16.
It's worth a try.
So I'll still take half.
Yeah, still good damage.
That's a crit. Pass. So he still takes half damage. So roll the damage for me.
I'm gonna max it.
Oh,
I'll
max
just
it.
do 32.
It's 32 halved.
So 16.
16. Alright, so he takes 16 damage.
Then bonus
Okay, what-
action, I'll hit him with my spear.
Do you
Alright.
just get to choose the damage you do if it's a lightning kind of spell?
It's my divine thing, I can max it.
That's
So
cool.
like this incredible like peal of thunder just hits him. He watches like his skin just ripples underneath it, and he grabs his ears. But it definitely doesn't hurt him as much as it should. And then you try to hit him with your spiritual weapon, and it does miss. He dodges out of the side as you try to get him. So, as you watch, he he starts just speaking in just this disgusting language. It's completely offensive, the words and the sounds to your ears, and he starts casting, and as he's doing so, this like ball of darkness appears in his hands, and his eyes widen with glee, and he smiles his terrible smile, and the darkness shoots out in a 15-foot radius. Lulu, can you hold him real quick?
Oh, me too.
Sorry. And he casts darkness centered on it's only 15 feet. So
This used to be my spell.
centered kind of on where he's at the moment. Well, not where he's at. I'd say, yeah, like right here. I need a little. So, effectively, you can't see him at the moment. So I'm gonna drop him on a different layer.
Yeah, I am a human. I can see nothing.
Where is? Well, dark vision doesn't work anyways.
No, it doesn't. It's magical darkness. We need devil's sight.
I need a circle. That's 15
I wish
feet.
circles were easier to do on this website. They're never the right shape. Or the right size.
Alright. So I dropped it right there where the green boy is. And that's it. So you basically can't see him.
Mom says you need to hold him, Dad.
Okay.
Mom says you need to hold him.
Sorry. So he moves. Hi, Bubba. That's my dude.
Seal
So he's gonna go over here by the cart. Well, you don't know that. Sorry, I should have said that.
Go.
So wait, has he cast this darkness on himself or on an area sort of on the ground?
Can you do it on himself? No, it's centered on a point.
You can anchor it to an item.
Each
Yeah.
creature in a 10-foot sphere.
So you can
No,
I
that's
used to
not.
center it on my sword.
He's just gonna center it on, I guess. Oh, I guess he'll center it on Vanya then.
Objects you
It's also a 15-foot radius, so it's actually
30 feet. That's right.
30 feet wide.
Thanks, guys.
Otherwise,
Sorry.
you'd just barely be hiding in there.
I know that makes a lot of sense. I'm like, man, this spell is the worst. Is what I was thinking to myself. So with that in mind, give me a sec. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Because that changes things quite a bit for me. What I would do. I'm like, well, this sucks. I guess I'll go by the cart. Okay, so that's quite a bit bigger.
Yeah, just a bit.
And as a result, I don't think he knows where you're. So he would do that. So I could put it on Vanya in theory.
You could put it on an item that she's holding.
That's what I'm going to do. I'm gonna do it on her sword, cause that's clever.
No, if the point you choose is on the object that you're holding or one that isn't being worn or carried.
Oh, okay.
DD, you're too clever. Okay.
You could
Either-
hold an object near her.
Either way, that's just where I'm gonna put it, right there.
Okay.
It makes the most sense, and then he's going to move. So he went invisible, effectively, I guess.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. And that's it.
Can I do?
And now it's your turn.
Yeah. What can I even do to tell what direction he might have gone in, is there like a perception roll I can do to try and hear?
Yeah, you could. You could do a perception check.
Anything I do is going to be a disadvantage anyway, let's be honest.
You heard people as you're sitting on the bench, blending in or whatever. You hear people screaming over in this-ish direction, and yeah,
Wait, what direction? What?
this-ish.
I think you might be on the GM layer.
I am on the GM layer. Kind of like the right side of the screen.
Okay. I'm gonna skim the side of the thing. Can I see where he is now?
You can.
Where is he?
I'm moving. I'm getting there.
Okay.
There he is. He's among these commoners here.
Okay, so I took 20 feet. I'm gonna have to dash. I don't have anything. Okay. I'm gonna dash to
Okay, so you bonus action dash.
there. Can't occupy their space, so I guess I'll.
Yeah, that's fine. So you start running across the cobblestone courtyard, or the bridge, and
How much movement I think she has. Okay, so I've still got a fair amount. Gonna use. Ooh, wait, did he move after I used Booming Blade on him? He did.
yes.
Until the start of my next turn. Okay, so it takes one. No.
It's
2d8. 2d8. I need to sort out my spells, Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Nice. There you go.
Yeah, I'm gonna use Lightning Law on him.
Okay.
Stupid idea. Where am I? That counts as a melee spell attack. Let me just read.
I don't know why I didn't just stay in the darkness. You tell like I'm.
Go eat people. It says, okay, so I've got a thing called Fancy Footwork that means if I make an attack, a melee attack, they can't make opportunity attacks against.
Yes.
Does that include a melee spell attack?
Sure.
Okay, I'm gonna do that then. Yeah, I'm gonna try Lightning Law.
Okay. So you like create like this lash or this whip out of lightning, and you smack him with it, and it wraps around his wrist, and he fails. So he takes 7 lightning damage, and he gets pulled towards you.
Does he get pulled through the commoner?
Oh yeah. He like knocks the commoner over.
And it's just standing on them.
Yeah.
Oh god. And then because I don't get attacks of opportunity, I'm gonna run 20 foot into the darkness. I'm gonna try and follow the walls. I'm assuming I can still feel them.
Yeah, you can. Okay.
Yes. I'm gonna pop in there.
Okay, Hiss, you're up.
Well, there's not really anything I can do about it. Gonna pull my hat off and pull out my familiar and
What?
just plop Screech on top of my head.
Yes!
And just put my senses through him and walk my way through the darkness.
Okay. Can Screech see through magical darkness?
He's got blind sense.
I forget, what is he again?
Oh my
He's a
god.
bat.
That's right. That's right.
I'm so glad you went with that idea. I was rooting for it.
Okay, yeah, so like he does these little clicks. So that's all you hear. Elizabeth and Vanya. Gosh darn it, Lucilla and Vanya. You
Because darkness is involved, it's okay.
you're like in this darkness, you can't see anything, you're trying to feel your way around, and all you hear is a series of like squeaks and clicks, and then little pitter patter of like small lizard like footsteps going by you. And you're able to kind of, well, I guess with you're able to find your way out.
Yeah.
I don't see why you wouldn't. You see this kind of this weird bluish echolocation vision. You kind of know where things are at. You can like digitally create a map in your mind.
This is weird.
You're like
So smart, though.
you're like Batman from The Dark Knight.
So, am I able to cast spells while my senses are, like my, because it says I can't see or hear through my body when I'm putting it through the familiar, but can I still cast spells?
I don't know.
It's
Good
say
question.
You can't talk or use your hand.
Yeah, like, so
Yeah, you
in
can
theory I
talk.
should be able to. It'd just be kind of like praying to Jesus and hoping I don't shoot a combo.
I would imagine that you would have disadvantage. Because you're like,
Echolocation's not as
Yeah,
reliable as sight.
yeah, and you're like shooting through someone else's eyes. That kind of,
Yeah, no, I'm fine with the
Does that make
disadvantage.
sense?
I just want to feel like I did something.
yeah. I think this disadvantage is fine.
Alright, I'm gonna give it a old college try. Alright, give it a old college shoot the ground or a commoner.
Yeah, you did definitely shoot the ground. But not a commoner, that's not a 1.
Okay, good. Not even. What if it's the ground right by that common?
It did almost hit, yeah, it did.
Yeah, there are like 8 commoners like in
Yeah.
that range.
It wasn't a natural one. Brad doesn't do that to us.
Alright, Vanya,
He's
you're
not
up.
that mean.
Alright, and yeah, that's my turn.
Aw.
Buddy.
First, I will cure
Bubba.
wounds on myself. Cause ow.
Good plan. Ooh. That's good.
Then
That's
I'm gonna
nice.
blindly walk forward in the darkness. I'm gonna follow the screeching noise.
Follow the bat.
So I'm like, that probably was hiss. Like, I heard pitter patter. Like,
And bat noises.
yeah.
And
I
we-
guess
we
I
don't-
will walk.
Yeah, I don't think y'all know about my familiar.
No.
No, we don't.
What
Okay.
a great reveal that neither of us saw.
So,
Eh. Well, let's watch.
Mm.
Oop.
alright. Bubba. Dude. You're okay, little fella. Alright, what are you gonna do?
He's crying for us.
Is there anything else you wanted to do?
Let's see. I'll just toll the dead on him. This my spear isn't there yet.
You got your spiritual weapon as well.
I know, but I think it's still back
Is
here.
it too far? Ah.
Yeah, I need to make you a thing for that.
This stupid smoke. Yeah, let's see. Cause I think I hit him here.
Alright, he fails. so this, you see it like him look over to you in anger, and then all of a sudden his clawed hands start just scrabbling and grasping at his ears. He eventually even starts like clawing at them and ripping them off himself, just because he hears this noise that just is causing him so much pain. 20. That's a lot.
I know, I rolled really well.
2d12, man. So good.
Fuck things up.
Yeah. That's a good roll as well. Damn. Go Vanya.
And now I can't do anything.
But prepare for death.
Exactly.
Give me 1 second.
Oh, poor buddy.
Oh, you can pray to Vogan that he saves you again.
Probably will.
God. Isn't Toll the Dead a necromancy cantrip?
It is.
So, a death cleric could hit 2 creatures with it at once.
For real?
Can they?
Yeah, if a creature's within 5 feet of another, they can make a cantrip hit 2 of them if it's necromancy, but Cold Touch was the only one for, or Chill Touch, whatever it is. I'm
Is
pretty
that
sure. That's the
that's
evil
the death
cleric.
cleric? Yeah, not the grave domain. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the actual death one. The one
Death
that's supposed
clerics.
Alright.
I ran one as an enemy for a game. They're badass.
to be like... Yeah, Oathbreaker and Death Cleric are really strong. I just didn't... It didn't click until I realized, wow, that's a lot of damage on a cantrip. That, oh yeah, they can hit 2 things at once.
Yeah, they'd fuck you up. I don't think they're early stage enemies at all.
Alright. So, you see him like, and he starts focusing his on his hands. You watch as like this little spot of blue light shows up between his hands. He starts growling and grunting, and it expands until it fills his entire hands, and he expands them out even further, and it's almost like this ball and globe of a swirling blizzard snow, and then he starts spinning and spinning with his hands, and then, as if he can't contain it anymore, he directs it out towards, out in front of him in a 60-foot cone.
Oh god.
And he moved right there before he did it. And he casts Cone of Cold.
Counterspell.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, our hero.
I don't want more people to die.
No, I'm just like, no, you will live, goddammit.
Although, are you looking through your... You're still looking through your dude, right?
Oh shit, yeah.
Does it,
Actually, yeah,
does it
what
say if it
is
takes an action
Hold on.
to do that?
Um,
Because I never
Yes,
looked
I don't
through,
know.
B-Butt mid-combat.
Da da da.
I know. Oh, same. I looked through Galileo and it's come.
It was all just scouting
yeah, it's
stuff.
until he hears it, until the start of your next turn. So, yeah, I am still seeing through Screech. And Screech
Does that mean
can't-
you can't counterspell?
I can't,
You can't see.
I can't see, I'm blind sensing.
Yeah,
It's
you can't see him
echolocation.
like
I don't
doing
think you can echolocate them. Like, I
somatics and stuff.
pick up the somatics.
Can't you echolocate somatics?
The bat has advantage on wisdom perception checks that rely on you can hear it.
Bats aren't blind.
Counterspell.
They
Yeah,
can
they are.
see. No, they're not. They're not.
They're not blind. They just don't have the best eyesight.
Counterspell.
Yeah.
Well, let me see.
You
Let
have
me see.
little eyes.
Well, they're not. They have blind
Wait.
sight.
Yeah.
Hold on. But whatever. Blah 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 blah.
Does the spell,
When you see a
have-
creature within 60 feet of you casting a spell. What's that? I'm gonna
Yeah,
look.
I don't think they ever consider counterspell and its wording on something with blind sense through echolocation.
I'm looking at the spell right now. It has. Well, it's gotta have semantics. There's no way it doesn't have semantic, right? Instantaneous, all three: material, semantic, verbal. Yeah, conical. Can you counterspell through your familiar?
This is one of
Oh,
those
darn it, I
questions.
just got out of the game and said, no, counterspell must target the caster casting the spell. Can a spellcaster familiar be counterspelled? Oh, that doesn't make sense. So it looks like you can't counterspell a spell if it's through familiar. Can a spell cast through a familiar be counterspelled? Can you cast counterspell through the senses of your familiar? That's the one I'm looking at. RPG Stack Exchange.
Two answers.
You can gain damage special senses the familiar has during that time. You are deaf blind with regard to your own senses. Okay.
Apparently the answer is no.
The question has been asked before and already has an answer.
Yeah, the same one says no. Character needs direct line of sight from his location. No.
It appears that the answer is no. Your character needs direct line of sight from his location to target something. You must have a clear path to it, so it can't be behind total cover. Scenario. Oh, well, they're addressing us. Maybe a specific one, though.
Oh, through.
Yeah, like around a corner.
Familiar is only able to deliver touch spells cast by you.
Like I'm not. In this case, I'm using Screech's senses, but I'm the one casting.
Counterspell is not a touch spell, and thus you cannot cast it through your familiar.
But you're not casting it through the familiar.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Oh,
Yeah.
this is so complicated.
Yeah.
Well, that goes back to, like, having disadvantage. But I don't know.
This might have to just be your call, Brad.
I don't like that, though. I like having a rule that can tell me what happens.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. I honestly expected, like, from Googling that Crawford would have, like, typed up and talked about it at some point. This seems like something that would come up for other people, right?
Yeah, it has to.
And I feel like it'd be less of a gray area if I weren't using a bat.
Yeah. Can you counterspell
But,
using
But I'm using a bat.
familiar's
You're still
senses?
hearing, right? So could you hear the incantation? I don't know.
Well, the spell itself requires that I see. My eyes aren't what I'm seeing through right now. I'm seeing
Yeah.
through.
There you go. Can you cast counterspell through the senses of your familiar?
Google is someone helpful sometimes when you have a really.
Yeah, here we go. I was looking into creating a wizard that remains hidden for most part of the combat. Let's see. Blah, blah, blah. So looking through the senses of my familiar, in this instance, let's say I can see the battlefield through his senses. He flies. Blah, 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 blah. He needs to have direct line of sight, but I think you do.
Well, see, this thing is the question they're using as the precedent for that post, like the answer they're talking about, they're quoting, is the other one where it was talking about the specific case where they're casting it through the familiar. Like the wizard's casting it with the familiar in a different place.
But can you use the
He's right-
wizard's
he's right.
reaction? Can you use the wizard's reaction by seeing through the familiar? That's a little bit tricky, and probably a no, because the spell is cast from the wizard and still requires the wizard to be in range, at which point it's just the
But you
wizard doing
are.
all this, but he is in
Yeah, which I am.
range.
Like their answers requiring is like a bunch of assumptions.
Yeah, I agree. I think you can do it. So, as he reaches out with his hands, and the
I
cone
chose
of...
to contest it, by the way.
Oh, that is true. It's level 5, yeah. So go ahead and do that.
Come
Dude, if
on,
all this was for
Hiss.
nothing, I'm gonna be so sad.
Hiss,
Alright,
hiss.
Go on, Hiss. Kona calls him nasty.
We've had so many natural ones. We've got to have some good luck.
What's
what ability is it? Is it just like straight int check?
his? It's against his spell save, right? What do you have to pass? I forget. I hate. I never play caster, so I don't know this stuff.
Yeah,
And
I
I'm a
know.
bad DM, so.
Yeah, I'm
Uh,
trying to remember. I didn't actually do the contested ones much.
5e
So
counter
the
spell,
DC is 10 plus the spell's level.
so 15.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Is it
okay,
a con?
ability check using your spell casting ability.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
All right, man. It's an intelligence check
Where is there? Okay.
or a save, intelligence save, I guess. Is it a save
I'm
or is
pretty
it just a
sure it's an intelligence.
check?
Yeah, because you can't. Yeah, only abjurers can add their proficient.
Yeah. So I think I can't remember which one's the
At higher levels, when you cast a spell using a spell D4, the interrupted spell has no effect. Blah, 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 blah. All that for nothing? No,
Yeah.
it didn't.
Now we know for future.
Okay. So he like directs this blizzard basically coming from his hands at you. It spreads out in a cone of 60 feet. Hiss, you like see it coming, and you turn and you put up your hands, and like there's a magical wall of energy in front of you, and the ice and the blizzard and the snow smash into it, and you hold it back for just a second. Vanya looks over with a hopeful look in her eyes, but eventually it just powers through and smashes into both of you guys. And I'll tell you how much you take.
We get a save, right?
Yeah, go ahead and do your deck save.
Pretty sure it's a con save.
Yeah, it's probably that. But I'm going to roll it right now and make sure.
I
Oh.
don't even see any of this happen.
It's a con save, yeah.
That's actually better.
Ow.
Well, you missed that.
Oh, come on.
You both miss it. 45. 45.
I'm
Holy
unconscious.
fuck.
5, 10, 15, 20,
No!
25, 30. And everyone else on that street is dead.
I mean, that's more than my max hit points. I'm down.
So this cone just spreads out. Elizabeth, you're still in darkness. You don't. I'm sorry, Lucilla, you're still in darkness. You hear this just blizzard. You hear people screaming, and then just quiet. And you do hear some more screams, but people like running away.
Sasha, are you down?
Like unconscious, yeah.
Just unconscious, okay, because you said I heard something about your max HP and I was thinking
Oh, no, it's just like I don't even have 45 full lives. Like,
that's fine. I was just thinking for a
no,
second.
I'm just unconscious.
Okay.
Shoot, I'm the dang cleric.
Yeah, I know.
Man.
Fuck.
Screech also basically exploded.
No.
Screech has 1 HP.
He's a little statue. Like,
That's right.
Ice
He's
is a
just
little
frozen up.
bat popsicle.
It's a little-
Yeah, batsicle.
Okay, so that's him. And he's gonna just walk over and stand above you guys.
Does he look like he could...
potions, 'cause we're dummies.
Alright, Elizabeth. Lucilla, you're up. I'm so sorry.
be
I'm so
fair,
sorry.
I'm just gonna assume that it's fine. That's my name now. That's my actual in-life name. That's fine. Can I tell if he can see me right now? Or I can't see him. What the fuck?
You can't see him.
No. I'm going to come out and sort of hug the wall like I did last time. To come out here.
Okay, so as
I'm
you
unconscious.
so as you come out of this magical darkness, you see like half of her little feet like sticking out. The rest of it encompassed in the darkness, but she's out, and then you see Vanya, eyes closed, encrusted in ice, and you see a little bat laying on the floor as well, encrusted in ice.
Brutal.
As you look at this creature, he's standing over the top of your compatriots. He is bleeding heavily out of his ears. His ears.
Okay.
Hold on a second. Bleeding heavily out of his ears. His ears are like hanging off. He's just pierced through with wounds, and he's breathing heavily, looking at them in victory. And he like his eyes widen as he looks up at you as you walk out of the darkness.
Okay. I'm gonna use catapult again.
Okay. You see your ball laying on the floor. You reach out to it.
Actually, can I use a cart? No, it has to be 5 pounds.
5 pounds.
Yeah, a cart's bigger than 5 pounds. I just wanted to do it for flavor. No, I'll use the baseball. No,
Okay.
lacrosse ball.
Okay.
I'll use that.
Go ahead. What's the save? It's a dex.
Yeah, I think so. Everything else I have does less damage.
It's a 21. So he passed.
Fuck.
What's the
Still pretty
damage?
hard, though. So half that.
So 8? Okay. So the crossball
Can I yell something?
smashes into him. Sure, go ahead. Smashes into him. Icor goes everywhere. He drops to his knee. And stands back up.
Oh, fuck. Okay, I'm gonna yell at him. Come and get me, you fat oaf!
Okay.
Come on, right over here! I'm gonna try and get him to come after me.
Okay. Hiss, save, please.
Also, I'm gonna dash.
Okay. That's a fail. Vanya, go ahead and do a save for me as well.
Natural 20, natural 20.
Well, it's a save. So his gaze follows you, and he lumbers after you, just stepping on the villagers that he's offed already.
Oh god.
And he steps up to you, pulls out his glaive, and slices at you once. It's a 19. Hits for 14 slashing.
Ouch.
And then he misses with a 13.
Oh, thank god. Okay.
You're up. You duck under you take one slash on the back, he opens you up, and then you duck underneath the other one, breathing heavily, warm, blood dripping down your side.
I'm gonna booming blade him.
Your rapier in hand. Your rapier.
Wait. No, I can't get advantage.
Okay. So your rapier in hand, you lash out at him, and he dodges to the side, just barely out of reach. Hiss.
I'm gonna disengage and move
Okay.
this way. Just try and get him away from them.
Okay. Hiss, pass. Vanya, pass. He yells, "You can't run from Granny Nightshade. Her reach stretches far from the Dreadwood. Your arrogance will be purged from the world." And he screams this at you as he runs after you, stomping, breaking through bushes, pushing over the roof of this well as he claws it and just rips it off of the top. And he runs over to you and tries to hit you with his glaive once again. A 14 misses, and he slashes one more time.
No, 14 hits. 14 hits.
What? Okay.
That is my armor class.
TP.
He hits for 15.
Yep.
You're not down, right? No?
No.
Okay. That's 15 slashing damage, and he misses with his second attack. In fact,
Fuck's sake.
it's a critical fail and a critical. The other one's a critical pass. So funny.
Oh
How that happens all the
God.
time. And he falls down prone.
By the way, what damage do his hits do? Just
It's,
out of curiosity.
2d10 plus. 2d10
What kind of
plus
damage?
4. Oh, slashing.
Okay.
Oh, he's not dead. That's not what I meant to do. He's prone. Alright. You're up.
Everything I have has the potential to miss. Oh God. Yeah, I've just got to try and hit him again. I'm gonna try and booming blade again. Fuck's sake.
Okay, it misses.
Yup. That's a door there, right?
It is.
Yeah, I'm gonna disengage and run through that door.
Okay.
I don't know what I'm doing.
So you race through the door. Here, I'll get you through it. I don't think you can.
No.
There you go. As you run through the door, you enter a living room. Kind of front room area. Stairs ahead of you. Alright,
I'm just gonna
saves from you
wait
two.
here.
So that's 2 passes.
I have 2 fails.
You have 2 fails. And a fail. Oh my gosh. You're kidding me. Okay. No thanks. Okay, so the Oni comes after you. And he can't fit through the door, so he starts like destroying the door. He's just like ripping it off of its hinges. So he's gonna spend his action like tearing it off. And as you watch from inside, you're just watching these huge arms just like punch through this wood door, and another one comes through and he's like tearing it off, pulling it apart in pieces. Your turn.
This has to work at some point. If I keep hitting him and running, at some point it will actually hit him. I choose to believe.
Okay.
Dude, the thing is, my illogical mind is thinking. It's just dumb luck.
Oh my gosh, dude. Okay, Hiss. Move. What movement do you want to do?
Don't know. I'm gonna. Is this a room in front of me?
Yes.
I'm gonna go in the room.
Okay, so you open up that door and close it and go in.
No, I'm gonna look in it first to see if
Okay.
it's a closed off room with no windows.
There is a window.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna try and go out the window.
Okay, so you run in and you see the window. You wanna go out?
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah, you find something to throw through or open it up.
open
Okay, so
if I can.
you push it open. You unlatch it and you push it open from the inside.
Don't want him to know that I'm leaving.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
All right, Hiss.
Close the thing.
Come on.
Oh my god.
Yes. And you're up, right? Aren't you up with 1 hit point?
1 hit point.
Yes.
Hiss, you come to. You your eyes flutter open. You look over to your shoulder and you see your familiar thaw before you, and then pop back into the pocket dimension. You shake your head. You look over your side. There's Vanya unconscious on the floor, and you can see this giant creature just tearing apart this door, screaming in fury. I think that's your whole turn, correct?
I believe you do it at the start of your turn and it doesn't take your action.
Okay, yeah, then you're up, dude. Do that.
I'm going to magic missile this motherfucker.
Alright, so you, on the floor, racked with pain, freezing cold, you reach out your little hand, and 3 missiles of arcane energy fly out, green in color, pointed in shape, and they smash into him from behind. The first one punches through, the next one punches through, and the third one punches all the way through. He just, arches his back in pain as he, reaches back and tries to grab what's causing him the damage. His body seizes. And he crashes down to the earth. Done.
Yay!
That was the supportive cheerleading that we needed.
Oh, you heard it. That's my daughter.
Yeah.
Uh,
She's our little pep rally. Oh my god.
Alright.
Oh my
Hiss
god.
as you get up off of the ground.
Hey, Mom, guess what I just learned?
You see villagers everywhere in a terrible state. The Oni on the ground. The rest of the villagers are just racing out of the area, running. Those that are left are just running and screaming for help. You can see down at the end of the street, the tree seems to have been taken care of. It's laying down on the end of the road, all the way to the west, near the bridge. And that's it. What are you guys doing? Well, actually, why don't we just leave it there?
yeah.
We'll remember where we're at. We've been going on for a long time, and I know my wife is being gracious, but
Does Vanya have to make any more death saving throws?
um,
Or are we assuming that we can stabilize her?
I'm assuming that you guys can stabilize her.
Okay. I do want to loot the Oni, but I will make note of that for next time.
No, let's do that real quick. Let's do what we have to do before
Okay.
we go. I don't want to rush, but
Okay.
all right. So that's what you see too when you race out from that alley. You see Hiss getting up off the ground. You see the Oni and all that. You see Vanya on the ground as well. What are you guys doing?
MVP Hiss. I'm assuming after we've stabilized Vanya, made sure that she's still alive, I'm gonna go and loot the Oni.
Okay, so Vanya. Well, go ahead and make a stabilizing check. We should do that. I mean, if we're gonna
I've been so
Do that.
unlucky with that. What is that?
It's a
Medicine?
medicine check.
Probably medicine.
I'll help.
Yeah.
Fuck's sake.
Yeah, with help, you get a 14. I think that's appropriate. You just have to get a 10.
Yeah.
So, you stabilize her. You staunch
Well,
the bleeding. Right.
Okay.
You staunch the flows. You leave her with Hiss.
Loot the thing.
Alright.
Investigation. Right.
And we'll leave it at that. I'll tell you what you find. 20? I'll tell you what you find next session.
Okay,
Alright.
thank you.
Alright.
Dude.
Oh man, that
I'm emotionally spent.
I know, I'm like, oh.
I'm so glad you guys left.